Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's fast-paced business environment, having robust data management and analytics capabilities is crucial for making informed decisions. Today we are diving into SAP BW for HANA. In simple terms, it's a next-generation data warehouse solution designed to handle the demands of modern businesses. It allows organizations to consolidate, model, and analyze their data, providing valuable insights for informed decision-making. SAP BW for HANA delivers tangible benefits with up to 50% faster data loading times and a 40% reduction in storage costs. Beyond numbers, these advantages translate to real-world competitive edges. In this course, you will master SAP BW for HANA, from architecture to data modeling and reporting. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. 1. How does HANA work? 2. BW for HANA roadmap. 3. Development roadmap for SAP BW for HANA. 4. Migration options to BW on HANA. 5. Transition scenarios to BW for HANA. Let's dive in.
Okay, some basic theories from HANA, BW for HANA. This is there because maybe some of you guys know, but I always feel that there are maybe few folks in the room who do not know what is BW or maybe do not know what is HANA, right? So let's start from there. Okay, main point. Now HANA itself, as everybody knows, it's a database in a very simplistic term, right? It's a database. Difference between HANA and SQL database is that HANA is in memory, right? HANA is a in-memory database. Now, what is an in-memory database? Basically, now the simplest example I try to give to everyone on what is HANA basically and how it's different is, for example, you guys all use your laptops, right? Your desktops or laptops, right? Now, in a laptop, if you see your laptop configuration, you have your processor, right? And you have your RAM, and you have your hard drive, right? These are the main things. Basically, there are more things, of course. Now, processor, of course, you have your it process the data basically. Let's focus on these two things: RAM and hard drive. Now, in a laptop, you might have 8 GB of RAM. Just example, 500 GB of hard drive, right? Now, what's the difference between these two? Now, hard drive is a permanent storage. RAM is a basically kind of a point-in-time storage. Once you shut down a laptop, RAM gets refreshed. Okay, it's called basically this is called memory. Correct? To do any activity in your laptop, you need memory, right? You need memory or RAM. Starting from, let's say you want to open a Word file, you want to open a Excel, you need RAM. RAM is the memory where it helps the processor to process data. For example, let's say you have a huge Excel file sitting at your hard drive, sitting at your laptop. So the file will always be there in the hard drive. When you try to access the file will come, the file will get fetched from hard drive to RAM, correct? And it comes to memory. Then the processor works on the file. That's why when you open the file for the first time after you restart your laptop, it's always a little slow because it has to come from hard drive to RAM. Okay. After that, if you open it again, it will cache it in the RAM. Okay, and you will get a better performance basically. Correct. So anything that is there in the memory or RAM, you see very good performance. That's the key thing here. Now, hard drive is kind of is cheaper, but it's a very slow read and write processing here. Correct. In compared to this, in our old BW environments, okay, if you see, same thing was happening because we used to have BW running on a traditional database like SQL, Oracle, or anything like that, right? Now, BW server used to have a memory, like, it has a, like, let's say you have 128 GB of memory. That is your ABAP memory, we call them, right? The database would have also its own processing and memory. You might also have 128 GB here, right? But my data, our BW systems are humongous. It has, let's say, 10 terabyte systems, right? 15 terabyte system, correct? Now, but I only have 128 GB of memory in my application server and my DB, right? So all the data, all the BW data, now they normally get stored in the database hard drive, right? The database hard drive. When we do reporting or data loading, data from database gets fetched into the BW application server's memory for processing, right? Data from database will it will read the data from the database to the BW ABAP server or application server for processing, whether it's a reporting, OLAP engine, or loading ABAP engine, right? Then if it's loading, data will come here. Then after data is changed or added, it's going to come back to DB as well to write it out, right? So this DB read-write operation is too slow. That is why in a BW environment, loading and reporting is slow, because you have got humongous data, but little memory to process it. Now think about that, 128 GB memory, right? What of 128 GB, okay? If you run a BEX query, then sometimes the BEX query can go to 2 GB, 3 GB, right? 5 GB sometimes. Let's say there are loads going on. The loads can take up to 10 GB, depending upon what's the limit you have. So if there are 20 users running report at the same time, you already spent 50 GB. So you at some point in time you get memory contention. That's why you get the out of memory error, right? In the loads, in the reporting, you get out of memory because this memory is limited. Even if data is there, memory is limited, right? That's why to protect our system in BW, we do something called safety belt, right? We try to limit the total number of cells a report can get or can fetch from the database, right? Now all these things was paying for BW, right? That's why SAP got BWA, right? BWA is the first version of HANA. It's also in memory, right? And basically it's SAP's first level attempt to create something in memory. It was so successful with BW, they really thought of making HANA after that for everybody, because BWA was only compatible with BW systems. Okay. Now again, why do we need HANA? Because of this. This is a very nice slide to summarize this. Okay, large volume of data. Okay, and everybody wants to access it faster. Nobody wants to sit down and run a report and wait for 10 minutes. Correct? Huge data volume. People want faster processing, and there's so many different ways to consume. Okay, there's so many different ways to consume and do not only analytics, also advanced analytics nowadays. Nowadays, an organization who is running BEX queries in BEX Analyzer is way backward. Okay, so you must be hearing terms from SAP, analytics or cloud, right? Lumira. Those tools are kind of like 10 years back. The only thing we had was BEX query, right? But nowadays, things are changing. The business analysts, they need data, more data, faster data, right? The business analysts, they are getting smarter now. They now know how to run predictive algorithms, right, on BW data. So they need data, they need huge data, they need faster data access. That is why SAP realized that BW is not the answer for future. It's a slow access. Okay, and BWA also is not enough, right? So that's how they thought of creating a database, okay, called HANA. Again, this use case I'm talking about BW point of view. HANA also, the use case was from transaction systems as well, right? Now, what is HANA? How is different from there? In a HANA database, there is no RAM and hard drive things like this separately. Okay, don't literally go into this wording. There is hard drive, but don't, I'm just trying to tell you examples to compare from here to here. In HANA, everything is memory. There is no database hard drive, basically. Think of that for data purpose. Okay, let's say you purchase 1 terabyte of HANA server. You get 1 terabyte of RAM or memory to process. The idea is that data will always stay in the RAM, in the memory. Unlike this, data will not be stored in the hard drive or disk. Data will always stay in the RAM or the memory so that whenever you want it, it's always there. Now imagine you take your laptop and you replace your entire 500 GB of hard drive with 500 GB of RAM. What will happen? Everything will go get faster. Your Excel, VLOOKUPs will get faster. Formulas will get faster. VBAs will get faster, right? Everything will open faster. But you can guess what is the price of your laptop, right? With 500 GB of RAM. Same thing here. Everything is faster in HANA because everything is in memory, but that comes with a very high dollar price. So HANA is a database, as I told you. It has memory like this. It's called HANA memory that you purchase from SAP, correct? Along with that, HANA also has a persistent layer, persistent disk attached to it. That's why I told you, don't take me literally. There is a disk, there is a hard drive, but only for backup purpose or syncing purpose. Why? Because I told you HANA is like RAM, right? It's like a flash memory. What happens if I load my 1 terabyte data, then I switch off my system? Then you will say, oh, okay, everything is clean. Yes. If you switch off your system, if the system gets crashed, HANA gets empty, completely empty. It's like a random, flash memory. But this disk has all your persistent data backup. From here to here, data will come in seconds, not in minutes, from seconds. So that's the point of creating HANA as an in-memory solution. Again, this same concept applies for everybody. Microsoft has got analysis services, right? Same thing. Oracle has got a in-memory. Same things for everybody, right? Microsoft analysis service, Oracle, something is there also. They claim that they have in-memory as well, right? So this is more, this is basically your HANA DB. Now we utilize this HANA DB with BW software. Again, this BW software can be 7.5 as well. The old software, it can be 7.4 as well. It doesn't need to be BW for HANA. Okay. So when you run your BW application software on top of your HANA database, it's called BW on HANA. So BW for HANA is the latest version of BW product, which only runs on HANA and is more optimized for HANA. Okay. Same things I told you before. The bottlenecks were there, disk and everything, IO, right? So that is why HANA came into picture altogether. Okay, this is a very nice slide. If you can see this, what it tells you basically is the left side, the traditional way of designing your data warehouse, right? Sources, ETL, data warehousing layers, EW layers, staging layers, blah, blah, indexes, aggregates, queries, user. From here to here, it might take 10 hours for data to travel and get processed. Right side, this is a new way of doing analytics called in-memory analytics, where source and user, all these layers are either obsolete or optional. Example, in HANA, there is no indexing, there is no aggregates. No, also the query things makes query optional. The data warehouse, the layered structure, EW the structures, also optional. Okay, potentially, if you don't want, you can use HANA's new ETL capabilities like smart access to just virtually pull data from source and give it to user. When I say pull, that means virtually access data without loading into HANA physically or moving to HANA, right? So this is a new way of doing in-memory analytics than as compared to the older way of doing BW. Okay, same things that HANA doesn't have aggregates, no OLAP cubes. Again, one more thing, no cubes as well. That's good. Cubes are slow, so no cubes. Okay, so now here's one more point to let you know what is HANA. HANA will have multi-core CPUs. In your laptops, you have dual core nowadays, right? Dual core. Now HANA will have multi-core, 16 cores, 32 cores. That will get you more processing power. Even if you have more memory, doesn't matter if you can't process it, right? That's why HANA servers have multi-core systems, right? And again, this is one of the very critical things here. HANA store data in a columnar fashion, columnar storage fashion. HANA tables are columnar tables. They're not the traditional row store. I'm going to explain you what is columnar store and how it's different than row store later. But that's a very classic interview question. HANA operates on column store table, not row store. Application tables by default goes to column store, like my ADSO tables. Okay, and you want to have column store. If you go to row store, then you don't take advantage of HANA as it is. Okay, row store is only good for system data. Writing also is more computed in column than row. That's why in HANA you can load a ADSO faster than ADSO in BW. Of course, reading is more competent, of course, because of columnar storage, right? Yeah. Writing also gets better. Now, why row store is even required? Some system tables like logging, they cannot write in a column store table. Okay, that's why they need row store. Some OS tables, system tables, they need row store. And by the way, by default, all the application tables are column store. Remember, you don't decide in BW. It's not native HANA. Okay. In native HANA, when you create a table, you decide, right? As you said.
Yeah.
In BW, remember one thing, you are not creating tables at all. In BW, we are not in the business of creating table, right? We are in the business of creating ADSOs. Yeah. ADSO will have its own table in the backend that we don't have access at all, isn't that? That's why all tables of ADSO and info objects are by default column store. And HANA also has high rate of compression, very, very high rate of compression. Data compression, right? Now, why? Because of the column store. Column store enables you to compress the data. So it takes less space and faster, right? So it says 2.5x compression, but it is more than that basically. SAP now says it's up between somewhere between 5 to 7, 5 to 8. It depends what data you have and what database you used to use. The compression rate will vary, but you will have compression. Okay. And again, there are some things like partitioning in database computing, no aggregates, these are simple things. Anyways, these things basically these are more native HANA basically. Okay. And of course, we know faster data loads, right? These things makes HANA better. One thing I guess you should all understand, HANA came in 2012 or 11 or 10 maybe I think, right? Sometime we started coming back from there with BW at least. Now, if you are an architect, you want to sell HANA to your company, saying that you need your BW to be migrated in HANA, but only saying that HANA is faster does not give you that use case anymore. Okay, everybody knows HANA is faster, right? Loading, writing. That is not the only reason to sell HANA to your organization or a consultant. There are more things HANA offers, right? Throughout the class, you'll come to know, right? Because nowadays, if you only say HANA is faster, you really can't sell HANA saying HANA is faster only. Of course, it's faster, but not only that. It has more things to do. Okay. Okay. Now, one more point here quickly. I think I touched on this in the demo class, but these are 3 different use cases of HANA DB. Remember that HANA database has got 3 different use cases. One for BW. This is for BW analytics and operational reporting, right? This is a BW use case. Let's think of that. Second use case is for transactional, correct? This is the ECC use case, S4HANA. When you say ECC, that means it covers everything: ERP, CRM, TM, EM, PM, QM, everything. Okay. And the third one is a application-based use case. This is the native HANA. Okay. These 2 use case is these 2 use case has a SAP software working on this, right? On the HANA DB, SAP ABAP based software. In this use case, you only have a HANA database. You can utilize the database to do anything. You can write a Java application. You can write a .NET application. Excuse me. You can do a Fury application, HTML5, or you can utilize the HANA database standalone without purchasing any other SAP software for any purpose, right? That's the native HANA development. So that's the third use case. So this is again just to kind of make sure that we understand that we understand the use cases, because sometimes people get confused between BW HANA, ERP HANA, native HANA. This is BW HANA, this is ERP HANA, this is native HANA. Okay, now HANA, how can HANA do all these things better, faster? Because of different engines. HANA has. Okay. Again, if you see, roster has not got any engines much because SAP don't expect a lot of data to be in row store. You just have one engine. SAP expect all the application data to be in column store. That's why you got all these different engines. Okay, join engine, OLAP engine, calculation engine, SQL optimizer. Okay, again, these things you don't have to do anything practically in BW things, right? These are more for native HANA people to go and optimize. But in BW, the good thing with BW HANA is that the HANA views, again, these engines comes into picture more and more with HANA views. Okay, with BEX it will come, but more if you use HANA views, these engines comes into picture more and more, right? Now, HANA view generation in BW is automatic, right? So HANA views automatically gets generated from our ADSOs, for example. That's why we don't need to go and separately optimize the HANA views for everything because the views are auto-generated. So that's the thing, of course, but you have to know if there's some bottleneck, you can optimize it in different ways. But these are more for native HANA people who creates the views, who creates Z table, who create views, who create joins, everything. For them, these engines are more and more important. But okay, these engines, at least you should know. Okay, in a very high level, the calculation engine is the key engine for us. This processes everything in a HANA view. Okay, this is the future engine. Okay, one more point also, when we're talking about engines, there are 3 different HANA views, right? One you call attribute view, the first one. The next one is called analytical view. The third one is called calculation view. These 2 are getting obsolete from SAP. The only thing which will be there is called calculation view. BW for HANA does not support attribute or analytical views. BW on HANA supports those 2. BW for HANA only supports calculation view. Attribute view, thing like master data, dimensions, right? You can't put a key figure in that. Analytical view, star schema, like a fact and dimensions together. Calculation view, you combine the fact tables and master data tables, everything together. Or calculation view can combine any number of attribute views and analytical views. So basically, since calculation view can combine everything automatically, so SAP is kind of taking out attribute and analytical views altogether from BW for HANA. But in BW on HANA, you'll see these 3 views. And again, attribute views gets generated from master data, right? If you go and generate a view, HANA view from zero material, you get attribute view on BW on HANA systems. Analytical view comes basically from BEX queries, right? That's the classic case for analytical view. Calculation views comes from ADSOs, complete providers, those things. Calculation engine is the main engine for calculation view. OLAP engine is required for analytical view. Join engine is required for your attribute views and analytical views, right? And SQL optimizer is required for your SQL-based views. I'll show you all those things. What is SQL-based view? If you have SQL codes in HANA view, you need a SQL optimizer for that. Of course, a SQL optimizer also comes into picture for calculation views also, right? Is the aim is when there is a SQL query, the SQL optimizer is going to break down the query and create different calculation scenarios. Again, don't get too much. Again, if you're feeling lost, don't get, because we have not covered everything. This is introduction, and these guys and these theoretical things are more valid for native HANA developers, right? Because the point I'm trying to make here is, for example, we are talking about BW for HANA. Now, BW for HANA has got an edge on top of native HANA. The way it look, you might argue on that, but the way you look, for example, native HANA people, right? When they develop something, they don't have anything, correct? Let's say they have two tables from ECC, correct? They have to bring these 2 tables to HANA. This is HANA. They have to go and bring these 2 tables to HANA using SDI or SLT something, right? They don't have extractors, right? They have to create Z tables for these. That's why they have to again define row table or column table. After Z table, they have to go and create HANA views by joining those Z tables with master table, right? I'm just giving 2 examples here. They have to go and create the HANA views by themselves, manually. They have to join. They have to define the join. Inner join, outer join, left join, right join, outer left, blah, blah, blah. Correct? That's why they have to, that's why they have to take care performance impact a lot, and they should know all these theoretical engines in a very, very detailed fashion. Correct? Compared to BW folks like us, it's the same scenario. Two table ECC table, BW for HANA. How is different? I use extractors to pull these tables, let's say, into two ADSOs, right? I created a composite provider. Composite provider takes care of my joins, basically, efficiently. Okay, I don't have to worry about master data joins or automatically taken care of by composite provider. I generate a view here. I generate a view here. Again, I don't create a HANA view. This is again in HANA. I don't create a HANA view like them. I generate by just clicking a button. SAP knows how to create a HANA view combining the ADSO transactional data with master data, navigational attribute, text, everything. It creates the final calculation view for you automatically. It generates that basically. So this is well optimized for us. I'll show you some views. These views, when you open these views, you will see there are so many joins. They're default created for us. That's why BW for HANA, it has an edge on top of this. Okay, here, because to give an example, I have a very complex application. When I open the HANA view for that, the calculation view, it shows me around 400 joins. 400 joins. It will take a native HANA developer maybe a month to join those things efficiently. 400 tables, think about that, right? Now, why 400? Fact table, right? You got ADSO table, you got a navigation attribute, you got time table, you got unit table, currency table, attribute table, hierarchy table, so many tables, right? Because you need all those things for reporting. So let's move on. So these engines are there, just to let you know, these are engines, but these two engines will not be much used. Calculation engine is the main thing that is going to get used that in our normal applications. So let's just move ahead a little bit. We will cover that in back scenario. Remember I told you back scenario. So we are going to use functions.
Oh, okay.
Okay, scalar functions. Scalar functions is going to replace your CMOD code. Again, I told you calculation engine, calc views, OLAP engine, analytical views, attribute views, join engine. These are the basically main three engines. Okay, again, one more thing also. Sometimes people get confused. HANA is in memory, but it does has a persistent layer. Okay, disk connected to HANA. Remember that it is always there. Normally, what SAP says, if you purchase or if you have 1 terabyte of HANA memory or HANA data, you should at least have 4 terabyte of disk 4 times. What does the disk store? All the the data which is there as a backup. Okay, again, it's not a traditional backup. Okay, it's a replication. Point being, as soon as a new record being loaded here or changed, there'll be a replication job will fire to disk to store it. Okay, it's an online replication, right? So the disk will have data for recovery plus loggings, right? All logs, processing logs, job logs, everything. So that's why there is a persistent layer, and that is available, and that will persistently store your data. So you will not lose if there is a power outage or database restart. You will not lose your data. Okay, let's just go about row versus column, right? I told you this is quite important. So you see, this is row-based indexing, right? This is how we store data in a traditional database. Of course, it's very clear. Data is stored by rows, 1, 2, 3, 4 row ID, name, state, class, birth date, income, right? This is how to store it. Now there'll be index on the row ID, right? Simple. Now what is columnar? What is columnar storage and how it's different? Now, the main thing here, if you see in this data set, let's go back here. Now, okay, row ID. Row ID is just an indexing column, right? You don't need that, but particularly, basically, you have okay, and it's a unique key basically for us, right? Name, of course, names are unique. That's fine. Name, so all the names are unique in all the rows, correct? But look at the state and the class columns. This particular list has only got 4, 5, or 7 states, correct? But it's being repeated. Like North Carolina is being repeated here once, twice, at least 3 times, right? Now, the point is that if this table has got 10 million records, you will repeat the US 50s for 55 states, whatever states you have, 1 million times. Or like, sorry, 10 million times you'll repeat those states, right? Because in the row store table, you have to put the state value in each row. But we only have very 50 or 55 unique states. That's it. And they'll be repeated, right? Same goes for class. The class is gold, silver, platinum. That's it. The 3 different classes will be repeated for all 10 million records. And it takes space in the database, right? That's why you can't compress it, basically. So the idea of column storage is that do not store data by rows, but store it by column, so that each column has got a separate, think about a separate storage area. Think about that. They store separately. You can access a column separately if you want. A column has a particular name to access it. If I store data by columns, correct? Of course, I have name column, which will have a lot of different names. But then I'll have state column, which will only have these unique 7 states. And this particular example, that's it, 7 values only, right? I have this class column, which will only have 3 values. Now that's it. In a 10 million row table, I've got 3 values only for class. That stores space, that's why HANA tables are compressed, okay? And column, if you access the data by column, it gives you better performance. Not only that, now think about that. When we go and access data, think about our lookup scenarios in BW, classic lookup scenario. When you look up into other DSO, correct? We might just want 2 or 3 columns, right? From a 100 column list DSO. We don't have any choice to go through all the rows of the DSO, but only pick 2, 3 columns. Okay, you cannot even pick 2, 3 columns from a traditional database. It has to go and pick all the rows for those columns as well, right? It has to go and pick all the rows. But in a HANA database, if you want, for example, these 2 columns can be loaded to HANA separately because the columns are stored separately. If you request these 2 columns, only these 2 columns comes to your HANA memory or your processing area only, not all other rows or anything else like that. Or only these 2 unique values, or only these 2 columns with unique values coming to that. That means if I'm going to do a select state, okay, from this table, I only get 7 values. That's it. It doesn't have to go through all my 10 million rows to get me those 7 values. You can just pull the 7 value from the state column storage. Now, of course, we have the row ID here. Now, the question is that when it's going to go and process, it's going to join these values to get it's going to join the value to basically format your rows for you. And again, remember that in HANA database, there is no indexing. Okay, so it helps the DBAs. It saves their time as well. No indexing, nothing. Okay, let's move to the next thing. I just have this quick thing for us. Whether it's a BW on HANA or BW for HANA, right? You see left and right. This is the traditional HANA. This is a traditional BW system, correct? Now, the key point in this diagram, you see, you have database sitting completely separately here. You might have a BW, you might not. These are called these activities like data modeling, planning, OLAP, data management, process orchestration. All these different tasks are called data warehouse activities, right? Data warehouse processings. These are the major, main different activities of a data warehouse. Okay, in a traditional BW, all these activities are performed in the in the BW's application server. The point is in here, with a 128 GB of restriction in this particular example, memory restriction, right? All these data warehouse processes, they get executed in the BW application server. Then for everything, data has to come from the database server to application server and also goes back to write it there, correct? But as compared to this, have a look in the BW for on HANA. You see on the BW on HANA environment, okay, most of these, again, this was BW on HANA, that's why you see most, but in BW for HANA, almost everything is pushed down to HANA. All these BW activities, okay, are getting executed in the HANA DB by itself. They are not getting executed in the BW application server. Okay, again, this is for BW on HANA. For BW for HANA, even data modeling also goes down to HANA, the database execution, everything basically. So the idea is that all these processings gets executed in the HANA DB. So it is faster. Okay, I'm going to give you an example on this one because this is a key item here so that we can get clarified. Now, a very simple example, everybody who knows BW, they must be facing this problem in one way or other. Let's say, okay, yeah. So let's say this is my traditional BW box, okay, running on a SQL environment, for example. I have got two, I've got two ADSOs, for example, two DSOs, okay? DSO number 1, DSO number 2. Okay, the two DSO will have two different tables. Of course, let's just think about active tables, okay? T1, T2. Okay, my aim is to load data from this DSO to this DSO. What's the difference? This is exactly the same data, but this DSO has a additional field. Okay, one more field, and that field is being populated from this data from, let's say, a formula from some other columns, right? For example, just take an example, right? It's a formula that, let's say, multiplies price into quantity to get you cost, something like that. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is that when I fire a load from DSO number 1 to DSO number 2 in traditional BW environment, data from T1 comes all the way to BW application server, right? Because I have a transformation to process, correct? Which has a formula. Data from table T1 from database comes to BW ABAP server or app server, okay? Then data, it processes here. The transformation code has to be processed. In here, we have this new column, right? That is a multiplication, right? It gets processed. Then it writes it down to D2. That means writes it back to T2, correct? This is a complete round trip. This happens 50,000 package size by size, right? Because why? Okay, now have you guys ever thought why 50,000 was a baseline? Because 50,000 was a good amount of number of records SAP thought to be processed at the same time. Okay, and again in the 50,000 record, you only by default has 6 packages to process. Like 50,000 6, but maximum if you make it parallel, you should by default it used to only allow us 6 packages. You can increase, but by default 6, because this round trip, this is a very process intensive work which needs memory, and that is coming out of your 128 GB or whatever memory. Again, guys, 128 GB is a high memory. Sometimes you don't have 128 GB in your app servers, right? If you have a big system, you might have 2-3 128 GB of app servers, right? So all these things have to be processed within this 128 GB of memory. Now, so that means there is nothing was happening in the database at all. Or this loading, right? This BW data load is a key activity for us. entirely it was happening in the app server, right? In compared to this, if I come to do this thing in HANA, okay, let's say BW on HANA or BW for HANA, same thing, right? We have HANA here, D1, D2, AD, let's say AD1, AD2, right? AD or so. We have tables, same thing, we have tables T1, T2. I will have a transformation, but the transformation I will have AMDP code, ABAP managed database procedure, because I can write that formula in the AMDP. Okay. Now, if I trigger the data load, you know what happens? Data just moves in here. That's it. No round trip. Moves in here. In the database from T1 to T2, while moving from T1 to T2, it does calculate the formula or the new column.
Hey there! Want to level up your skills in managing supplies? Our SAP BW for HANA course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP BW for HANA, a toolbox for planning everything from product availability to distribution. Covering everything from basics to advanced techniques, this course is crafted by seasoned experts. Your teachers are industry pros, ready to guide you through every step and answer all your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful this course is. Just like you, many have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's budget friendly, so you can learn without breaking the bank. Ready to master SAP BW for HANA? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Data does not have to come to the app server at all. That's why when SAP kind of markets this BW for HANA, they say BW for HANA has got a very thin ABAP layer or app server. Thin. Why thin? Because most of things gets executed in the HANA layer. In here, ABAP was very thick. Everything gets processed in the ABAP layer or app layer. Now, for example, so this is called your DB, DB push down. Most of the activities, data warehouse activities, pushes down to HANA, the database, as compared to the older things, right? Just to give you an example, when I tried this for the first time, I was doing the same thing, and I didn't have any ABAP code from D1 to D2, right? For example, I had in D1, I had 120 million records almost. And this has like 200 columns, right? When I triggered the load from D1 to D2, okay, it took me around, I think, 2 to 3 minutes, that's it, to move data. D1 to D2, 120 million records went in 2 to 3 minutes, that's it, in a BW on HANA for HANA, whatever. If you do this, the default package, SAP makes the default package size now 1 million, not 50,000. So SAP knows I can process 1 million because it can go in HANA DB move, right? Why it gets that fast? Because the round trip is completely eliminated now. Now again, in the old days, whether you have ABAP code or not, doesn't matter. Data has to come to ABAP server for processing, right? And goes back to SQL, because SQL cannot do anything by itself with SAP software, right? Except doing some kind of data aggregation and everything, of course. So now you see the value of DB push down, how it helps us in all our data warehouse processes. Okay, so let's move ahead. I think we have already discussed this. This is again the same slide I have here, traditional versus BW on HANA, right? And again, traditional versus BW for HANA. I think we have already discussed how it's different, right? BW on HANA and for HANA. So let's move on. I think we should be fine. I think, yeah, there's nothing much here for us to discuss. Anyways, okay, so we should be fine on this overview. So, okay, you guys have any question on this overview, or anyone still has doubts on what is HANA and how it works with BW? My point is to try to explain you how it works with BW in this particular session. Okay, the next thing I wanted to basically cover is the future roadmap a little bit. future roadmap of BW on HANA for HANA, and as well as also the different types of projects. Okay, that we when you say different projects, that there are different types of BW for HANA projects that we see or that you expect from from various customers, basically, right? So okay, let's just spend some time on the future roadmap. Maybe tomorrow we'll go to the projects, right? We will not have enough time to finish all the projects. We'll go tomorrow to the projects. In that way, from Wednesday we can start the data provisioning. Okay. Yeah. Now again, I saw this in my demonstration, right? I'm going to go through it a little bit again so that we know what we have. Now, what is the BW for HANA roadmap? Like, what is our, basically, it's not the BW for HANA's future roadmap, as in, I don't know what SAP is going to do after 5 years on BW for HANA. But the point is that how BW is coming towards BW for HANA, how the customers are looking at it, okay, and what SAP says about the BW product as a whole, right? Of course, I can't tell you when there will be a BW 5 HANA or 6 HANA or whatever they say, right? BW for HANA 2.0, they were supposed to release, I guess. It's kind of a jump from 1 to 2. You expect some major changes, of course, there. I don't think we have that in our lab. I think we have only BW for HANA 1.0. As I told you before, this is how we came to BW for HANA, 7.3 on HANA, 7.4 on HANA, 7.5 on HANA. Then we have BW for HANA, right? Looking at this simple roadmap, it is pretty clear. Okay, SAP again is not going to support any other older versions, in some time. Correct. Again, SAP has already kind of mentioned that all the future new enhancements or new innovations are going to come in the BW for HANA suite only. Nothing is going to come on the BW 7.5 switch. Again, BW 7.5 is still there. We are still getting service packs, right? It's still there. The BW 7.5 is still available, and it's not that it's not supported today. It is there. We are getting service pack, but for SAP, we only get service pack and fixes. There will never be BW 7.6. Okay. Although the point for SAP makes is that they're going to stop the BW NetWeaver product in 7.5. Okay, they're going to support it for next 3-4 years. Then there'll be secondary support. It will continue like that. But all the new innovations and new capabilities are going to come in the BW for HANA product only. That means they are telling customers to go and migrate to BW for HANA as soon as possible, right? And if not, then you will not get the basically the new enhancements that they're going to release. And again, same thing. I think somebody said we have BW. We have BW for HANA 2.0 now, right? Now, of course, 2.0 must have got some new features that, of course, we'll see. I'll have a look to see what are there. I have not seen that. 2.0 will have some new features that are only there in 2.0, not in BW 7.5. So anyone here, they still have BW 7.0? Hopefully, anyone who has BW 7.0? So anyone who doesn't have 7.5, they're in an older version than that? So I'm just curious, basically, because the point here is that, okay, so Gopal, I see your chat. Okay, you also looks like you're in 7.4, right? So the point here is that SAP wants to basically stop supporting all these versions, right? That's the roadmap. Why is that? Because SAP says these versions are compatible to work with non-HANA database, correct? They are not planning to support any product with a non-HANA database in the future. Why? Because their point is that they are innovating a lot of things in their SAP product like ERP and BW, but the databases are not able to keep up with them. The database innovations or technology. That's why the future for them to be able to be more agile, more to be able to deliver cutting edge features, they need HANA in all their products. You judge whether it's true or false, but that's what they say. Now, for all of us, okay, I know that. So there are a lot of companies who are not in. Of course, see there are. Okay, let me put it another way. There are few companies which are in the BW for HANA, right? There are a lot of companies who are not yet in the BW 7.5 at least. Okay, like we are 7.4, 7.3, right? But everybody who are not in BW for HANA, we should all plan for that. I'm not saying go and get it today, tomorrow. We should all, as architects, consultants, plan for that. How do we reach BW for HANA with our current environment? Right? Because sooner or later you have to do this. SAP will force you to do this. Like ERP. Sooner or later they are going to force you to go to S4 HANA. Right? So that's thing. So my main point here is that you understand this migration. Okay. As I told you before also, you have to come to BW 7.5 powered by HANA or on HANA before you can go and migrate your system to BW for HANA. Again, this statement applies if you want to migrate the existing system. If you have flexibility to create a parallel system, parallel BW for HANA system, then you can do something called a remote conversion to migrate your content from an older BW to this parallel BW for HANA system. You do have the ability, okay? And in that sense, in that particular scenario, you can migrate from any version like 7.0, 7.34 also. You don't have to come to 7.5 in that scenario. I hope nobody is running on 3.5. There is no direct path from 3.5 at all. BW 3.5. Okay, and why SAP kind of insists us to come to 7.5? Because 7.5, if you come to 7.5, you can install this BW for HANA starter add-on component, okay, in your existing BW 7.5. Again, this one needs SP3 or higher, or maybe 4 or higher. Yeah, you have to be in 7.5, SP4 or higher to be able to install this add-on in your 7.5 system, correct? And this add-on gives you the tools, these tools that I want to talk about later. So we call them a scope, migration cockpit and scope transfer tool. These tools will come in the, this tool will be part of this BW for HANA starter add-on kit, okay? And this tool will help you to do the automated conversion of your objects like cubes to ADSO, DHO to ADSO, SAPI to ODP, all these things, whatever we have, multi-priority composite forwarder, everything. But it's very clear, roadmap is here, right? So anybody does not think that BW, you guys, all your systems will be on BW for HANA in the next 5 years? Anyone thinks differently? I think everybody understands this very clear from SAP's point of view, right? They are pushing it so hard. Never, that will never happen. I can tell you from now. Okay, now let me ask you a question. Let's say a customer thinks about it. What the customer will do? Tell me about that. The biggest point with this is that once you invest in SAP, there is not a very easy way to migrate SAP to non-SAP. For example, you are running BW on HANA today or BW 7.5. Okay, you have got 50 KPIs, 30 applications, right? Tomorrow you don't want to go to HANA. Do you think it's very easy for you to go to Oracle Data Warehouse? Then that's the point. It's monopoly does not work when there are options for you, right? Now there is no option for you have. Everybody, the point I'm trying to make is that to make sure that your organization's interview and reporting continues smoothly. That's the aim of all the CIOs, right? Reporting and users don't get disturbed. The best easy way to migrate to BW for HANA. That's why SAP has given you this migration option. You don't have to recreate. When Oracle Data Warehouse or SQL Data Warehouse they find some way to migrate from SAP to their tools, then people might go there. because redeploying everything, redeveloping everything is not an option for everybody, right? You can't just throw away your 10 years of investment and go to Oracle.
Yeah.
Right? You're getting a point.
Yes.
Why I'm saying this because there are a lot of BW customers, by the way. There are I read somewhere there are like 3,500 plus SAP BW live customers are there. Maybe I might be wrong with the number. So out of 3,500, 90% will just follow this path. 10% might just who are not that invested deeply or doesn't have a lot of content. They might choose to go to native HANA or Oracle data warehouse or some Azure, something else, right? That's the problem. And why? Okay, one more point also I forgot to tell you. Now, SAP's other point was that SAP said when they developed the BW for HANA, they have made so thin software, okay, like from NetWeaver, okay. As compared to the NetWeaver product, BW for HANA is a very thin software. What does this mean? That when you upgrade BW NetWeaver, it takes you like some time, a lot of time. Depends upon the system, takes 10 to 12 hours to upgrade. You can upgrade the BW for HANA in 3 to 4 hours. Regular upgrades. Why? Because the code line is so thin now. SAP has removed thousands of ABAP codes from the BW for HANA platform compared to NetWeaver. Along with that, BW for HANA does not support Java systems, right? Java servers. That's also another good thing for BW for HANA, right? Now, how could they eliminate the code lines? Because they don't have to support all these different databases. Different databases works differently with the application, right? SAP, if you see SAP's code sometime, I have seen a piece of code where they have code with case statements. Case SQL do this function module. Case Oracle function module. Case DB2 function modules, like that. Now they have completely eliminated all these codes because they know BW for HANA only works with HANA. That's it. Right? That's their agenda here. They will never go back and support other databases, even if they get in memory. So again, these are the few things I think we'll discuss all through our classes. This is SAP's marketing, not mine. SAP says why BW for HANA is good because it's simple, it's open, it's modern, it's high performance. You can decide how it is. For simplicity, they say, for example, the HANA Studio, it's simple to develop, right? Things like the data provisioning, it's easier to, you don't have to always go and use the data sources. You can use Smart Access, SDI, all those things, correct? And so it's simpler to develop and use. HANA Views provides simpler way to connect to data, right? That's the main thing in BW for HANA. Openness, why openness? Again, classic theory, HANA Views. See, SAP completely markets this thing on HANA Views. So think what is the criticality of HANA Views for them? Okay, because BEX query has never been open, right? We all know that. BEX query access, to access a BW data, you need BEX query before, and that was never open. Openness in BW for HANA means HANA Views. They are open for any ODBC access. Okay. Modern interface, again, HANA Studio comes into that. There are some, there are some new, I think, Fiori-based monitoring tools for basis team for our support teams. You can monitor persistence in a Fiori-based app now, in a Fiori-based interface, I believe now. So those are the modern interface. Of course, HANA Studio is there. And high performance, of course, we know what is high performance means. It is better than, well, okay, from their point of view, it is more better than BW on HANA also because, of this diagram, they are pushing more and more stuff to DB now as compared to the, as compared to BW on HANA, right? In BW on HANA, everything was not pushed on to HANA DB, but in BW for HANA, almost everything can be pushed on to HANA DB. That's why it's better than on HANA. The BW for HANA product is better than on HANA as per SAP. So these are the points. We have to kind of work on these points to make a use case, because I know it's not easy in an organization to make a use case for BW for HANA, right? But we'll go tomorrow. Maybe we'll discuss more. But it can be easier for you to make a use case for BW on HANA. Remember that. The first steps will be coming here. If you don't have HANA, you can make a use case to come to BW on HANA easily. BW for HANA still is difficult.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary data source for SAP BW for HANA? Option A, SAP S4 HANA. Option B, Microsoft Excel. Option C, Oracle Database. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to level up your skills in managing supplies? Our SAP BW for HANA course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP BW for HANA, a toolbox for planning everything from product availability to distribution. Covering everything from basics to advanced techniques, this course is crafted by seasoned experts. Your teachers are industry pros, ready to guide you through every step and answer all your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful this course is. Just like you, many have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's budget friendly, so you can learn without breaking the bank. Ready to master SAP BW for HANA? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So as I told you, there are a lot of BW customers. They are running their BW environment without HANA today. So they all will eventually plan to go to BW on HANA and for HANA. So we'll go and see different types of migration. Basically the different kinds of migration projects that are there that we normally see in the industry. So if you see, these are the 4 different kind of migration projects to BW on HANA and then eventually for HANA, right? Because as I told you, you have to come to BW on HANA first before you can go to BW for HANA, right? If you want to keep the same system, you have to come to BW 7.5 on HANA, then go to for HANA. So these are different kind of options. If you see, the first option says migration without any optimization. Okay. Now, see, the idea here is that if you can if you can strategize and do a good job while migrating to BW on HANA, right, then BW for HANA migration is a piece of cake for you. Okay. It's not a big deal. Okay. So the idea here is that if you see here, now, let's say, so basically there are 2 steps, right? First, in a migration project, let's say this is BW, for example, for discussion, BW 7.4 on any DB, right? The first step for you to come to BW 7.5 on HANA, correct? This is the first step. Then you go to BW for HANA, right? So all these different kind of options that we're talking, or migration options, are basically they cover the number 1 step, okay, and then number 2 as well, because I'll explain number 2 is going to be easier if you do the number 1. If you do spend time doing the number one phase correctly. So as I told you, these are different kind of migration options to BW on HANA and eventually, of course, for HANA. So what is the first option? Let's see. So let's go one by one options. And again, if you see, before you start any path, you have to go and figure out which path is right for you. Okay, it depends on a lot of different factors like your resourcing, your costing, your timing, everything. So first option is called migration without doing any optimization. Now, what does this mean? This means that you just go and migrate your BW 7.4 on any DB to BW 7.5 on HANA, okay, without doing any kind of optimization. That means it's a simple, we call it or we call it OSDB migration, OSDB migration, or we call it DB swap. That means you just swap your database, existing database with HANA database, without doing any kind of optimization or any kind of enhancement to your environment. Okay, so there are 2 steps here. There are 2 sub steps. A, of course, you go and upgrade 7.4 to 7.5. B step, do the DB we call it DB migration. So everything remains same. You have the BW system, you have RSA1, you have info cubes, you have BEX queries. Everything remains same, except that your underneath database is now upgraded to HANA. You will get some speed. Okay, otherwise everything else is same. Now this approach used to be a quite common approach long time back, because people are afraid to do any optimizations, and there were not a lot of optimizations before. But nowadays we don't, basically we don't do that, or maybe people use it as a first step, but everybody optimize later, because by doing so you don't expect to get a lot of benefit from your HANA investment. Because think of that, you still have your bottleneck. Why? Because you still have your info cubes, you still have your multiple level of DSOs, you still have your BEX query, OLAP engine, everything, and your info cubes and DSOs are also not optimized for HANA. They are as it is, right? So you don't get a lot of benefit, but this is an option to just go to HANA quickly. Okay, so it used to be common before, but very minimum HANA benefit. Okay, that's something you have to be careful with this approach. So benefit, if you see on this approach, the benefit is functionally you have the exact same system. Okay, so this can be done very quickly. This upgrade can be done in a weekend, because this is just a regular basis team upgrade. Application team just have to do a checkout testing like any other BW upgrade. Okay, and if you see from a limitation point of view, this approach does not leverage the full capabilities of HANA, because if you have an info cube in your environment and that is not optimized for HANA, I'll tell you what I mean by optimized later. So I think that, if you consider right now, if you have info cube that is not optimized for HANA, then you are really not getting the full benefit of HANA at all. Okay, and timeline, this can be done very quickly. Effort, very less effort. Risk, there is no risk, and this risk is similar to any other upgrade like BW 7.3 to 4 upgrade. Same risk you have, which is not much, right? So it's kind of a very safer approach just to go to 7.5 on HANA. Okay, so let's go to the other option so that you can see the differences between this. So the next option we have is migration with optimization, but keeping the old BW objects. What is this option? Similar to option number 1. Of course, you will do everything as option number 1, right? So let's say this is the option number 1 subtask. You'll do this. Along with that, in option number 2, you will optimization. Now, what does optimization means? Okay, basically, you will optimize your info providers for HANA optimization, or to take benefit of the HANA database. Okay, now what does that mean? Let's go and see in the system. So just remember that in this option, we are still keeping our old BW objects. When I say old BW objects, means you still have your DSOs, info cubes, everything, intact. We're not changing anything. So let's go to our BW 7.5 system. So I think there I can see, I can show you what optimization means probably. Okay, let's see if we still can open, because SAP keeps on moving their RSA1 capabilities. So they are in 7.5 also, they're trying to keep the RSA1 capabilities as less as possible. I hope we can still see the info providers. Okay. Okay, if I go and double click any of these, okay, we can look at here. See, if you double click at DSO, you don't see the regular screen anymore, right? Because this is a 7.5. I think this is a quite a new system. So because with each service pack, I think till 7.5, some versions you can display the info providers in this ISM1, right? What version? Because this is a cloud system, they keep on upgrading all the time. So let me see what version it has now. So in the meantime, let me just go and open the HANA Studio. I'll show you that option there. So this is a STB. If I go here, See, this is 7.5 SP10 now. Okay, so this is SP10 now, so it's quite updated. So what SAP did, SAP used to see inside this is 7.5 environment. You do have all the tabs, right? In the RSA one, you can see DSOs, but when you open them, you don't see the regular manage screen or the display screen anymore. They have taken this feature out because they are trying to move things from here to Eclipse or HANA Studio, right? So let's go to HANA Studio. I'll show you all these things, how to set up projects and everything in HANA Studio and how to log in also later. But let me just show the point. So if I go here, I'll go to the content. Now here you see all the content in HANA Studio now, right? Sorry, this is not something I don't want to come here right now. Let's go back to the BW perspective. Okay, there I will show you, not there. Let's log in back again. Again, I'm going to tell you everything, how to start these projects, how to add these projects. Don't worry. Just that I want to show you a info cube. That's it right now. So BW repository, your info areas are now here. If I can find a info cube or anything, let's say, no, this is the ADSO. I want a DSO. Okay, there's info cube here. Now, if I open this info cube, it's going to open here. So the setting that I'm talking about to optimize it for HANA will be somewhere here. No, this is not. Here you go. Now, SAP HANA optimized info cube. Okay. So this is, so there will be a check. You'll get a checkbox here to make it optimized. This looks like this is already optimized. Looks like they have changed some things here already. Give me a second, guys. It looks like, in the old days there used to be a checkbox here. You can just check it, and this will go for this info cube is going to go for SAP HANA optimized. I'm wondering if in this new version they are by default making all the info cubes and DSOs HANA optimized. That's why there is no checkbox. See, it's just saying that this is called optimized object. But let me double check by creating a new object. No, there is no restriction, because there's a restriction in the BEX query point of view, but not on the info cube or DSO point of view. So basically, if you do make it HANA optimized, okay, it's going to align the HANA tables. Basically, it's going to happen in the database, right? For the DSOs, it's going to optimize these flat tables. For info cubes, it's going to also recreate all the joins between fact table and dimension table, okay, and make it more efficient for in-memory computing. Yes, no, I agree. Star schema joins will be the same. Now, what it does is that it if you see that in a database language, if you go and look at in the database how a database works, so star schema is not exactly same between SQL, Oracle, and HANA. Everybody has got their own definition of star schema for processing. The theory is same for everything. A star schema is different in a SQL database and an analysis database. Analysis server for SQL. So basically, it's under the database they realign the tables for in-memory computing. It's not that we do anything. We just do a checkbox here. That's it. For DSO, the same thing also. The new table, active table, and change up. The tables will be there. Okay. Then make it more, in-memory processing. More optimized for in-memory processing. That's what they do simply. No. Before to BW for HANA, again, BW for HANA doesn't support cubes and DSO, right? These will be converted to ADSO. Okay, and as you asked, you don't have to make them optimized to go to BW for HANA, because it's going to convert them to ADSO and they're going to delete the old objects. So that's why I'm checking one thing. Maybe in this new version 7.5 SP10, they are forcing everything to go to HANA optimized. That's why there's no checkbox. Let me just double check that because there used to be a checkbox before. Again, new, create info cube. We'll just create dummy info cube. Something test. I'm sure test will be there. So, okay, I'll go back to the settings. Yep. So, okay, nowadays everything is SAP HANA optimized. Basically, see, there is no checkbox automatically. Okay, so this is a new system SP10. So it looks like everything automatically coming as SAP HANA optimized info cube. In the old days, there used to be a checkbox here. Okay, for example, if you find a system which is a 7.5 SP1, SP2, you'll find a checkbox here. you check it and activate it, then only it will convert into SAP HANA optimized InfoCube or DSO. Same goes for DSO as well. Yes, we are going to talk about this extensively later. Yes, this checkbox means you can generate, and I told you, remember, generate SAP HANA view. You can generate SAP HANA view from InfoCube by just clicking this checkbox. That's it. We'll talk about these things. But by the way, anyway, exposing it, you still have option to expose InfoCubes, but it's not suggestible to go and use. By the way, it's not suggestible to go and use InfoCubes anymore in SAP HANA world, right? So I'm going to create a DSO to see if that option is also. The option is not even there anymore here. That's good now. Okay, standard, tight update, tight optimize. Okay, these all are there. So SAP HANA view, no view that we know, unique records, set fields. Okay, something I changed in this option, not there. Maybe it's already HANA optimized, I guess. So we don't have to do anything. And initial days, in 7.4, if you guys know, SAP started doing HANA from 7.3. Initial days, they used to have an option here at this particular right click. Okay, that option was gone. They started putting here. Now that is also gone. That means in SP10 onwards, these are all HANA optimized. You don't want to worry about them at all. But if you find a system which is 7.4 on HANA, you'll see the option in here. Okay. But anyway, that's not a big thing. I think just checkbox. If it's there, check it. Otherwise, just leave it. So this is the point of getting HANA optimized. Now, if you do HANA optimized, basically, your data loads will go faster. Your back query also will go faster as it is. But in this option, you are not changing anything, right? You're not changing the cubes. You're not changing the structure. You're not changing anything. Just a checkbox, easy to do. Okay. So, but in this option, you are going to get some more benefit, but you're keeping the old objects, old BW objects. Okay. So again, this option gains speed, like reduced DSO activation time, faster data load, and reporting performance also you'll get. Also from a timeline point of view, this doesn't take long time. There are programs, mass programs, like there are programs which can turn on the cubes and DSO. They can change this option for a n number of cubes and DSO, like mass optimization. You don't have to go and do one by one. Okay, if you don't have this SP10 on. So this doesn't take much time, and from a risk point of view also, there is not much risk because this is kind of a proven thing from there for a long time. 7.3, 7.4 also used to have this thing, so not much risk in this option.
Hey there! Want to level up your skills in managing supplies? Our SAP BW for HANA course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP BW for HANA, a toolbox for planning everything from product availability to distribution. Covering everything from basics to advanced techniques, this course is crafted by seasoned experts. Your teachers are industry pros, ready to guide you through every step and answer all your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful this course is. Just like you, many have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's budget friendly, so you can learn without breaking the bank. Ready to master SAP BW for HANA? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Okay, so that's the optimization point of view. Okay, so the next one that we have is basically, okay, now as I told you, the maximum benefit you get from HANA when you do not use the old objects. Okay, InfoCubes, DSO, when you don't use them, basically. Okay, so the two ways you can approach this. Okay, now you can approach, in this option I told you, migration with optimization and also converting to new HANA objects, basically, right? Now in this case, now when you do the number one step, of course, that's the first step. You don't need to go to number two, no optimization required. Okay. In number three step, okay, you can go and start converting your cubes, DSOs, all these objects to new HANA optimized objects, like ADSOs, cubes, DSOs, or whatever you have, your, any other layers like multi-providers as well, go to composite provider. This is the mapping, right? And info object remains info object, they don't change. Now, people start doing it. Now, how do they do it basically? And what's the strategy? Again, there are two ways you can do it. There are tools you can do it, or you can do it manually. Now, for example, now in this option, you can choose to go and do this one. Okay, first just do this one in the weekend. Okay, then number two, it looks like it's no longer required because everything is option. Everything is getting optimized nowadays. Okay, then you strategize. Find out the top 5 KPIs which are running slow. Okay, top 5 cubes which are running slow. Tackle them one by one and go and convert the cubes, DSOs, multi-providers to new HANA objects. Okay. Now, when I say convert, again, the way you can do is that some people go and copy them. Okay. It's up to you how you want to do it. There are a lot of options. Some people go and create copies of these objects into ADSOs, like copy the cube to ADSO, DSO to ADSO, in multi-provider to your composite provider, have a parallel flow, okay, and report on that. Like report on that means, have a parallel flow, make sure that you test it, make sure business certified, then go live on that. In that case, you don't have much risk. You can have the parallel flow running longer, okay, to make sure that you have the, you can validate your data and everything. The good thing we have is that, see, except BEX query, everything else is backend. Nobody cares. Even like business user doesn't care. We can convert, we can create parallel paths for everything, parallel copies for everything, right? The good thing is that SAP has a program which will convert the multi-providers into composite provider and copy the BEX queries as it is. Copy with the same name. The trick here is that a regular BEX query copy, let's say you copy a BEX query simply, right? The key figure names will be different, isn't that? The key figure technical IDs will be different. But there is a program, okay? There's a program which will copy multi-providers to composite provider, okay? And copy the BEX query. And when you copy the BEX query, the name will be same, the key figures technical ID will be same. So your upstream reporting like BEX connection, BobJ, they will not get impacted. Yes, so that different approach, I told you, in one approach, you can do it manually if you have time, if you don't want to, if you don't want to rush into and do these things. Or in the second approach, you can, remember that I told you in our previous roadmap discussion, this add-on, SAP BW for HANA add-on. Put that add-on in the 7.5 system, then you will get tools, okay, to do this copy for you. For you can specify, you can copy a particular object, you can copy an entire flow, up from down. Okay. Some people want to control this thing, that's why they do it. See, there's a big advantage doing this, So why people do this manual task, basically, it's kind of manual work. But think about that. You copy them, and you can copy a cube to ADSO. So all your fields are there, everything is there, then you can load the data or just, save the data, whatever you want to do, correct? Now, why people spend time doing this? Because number one, as soon as you report on ADSOs, reporting speed goes fantastically fine. Cubes are bottleneck, from HANA's point of view. Reporting speed goes very fast. Loading speed goes much more faster. ADSOs are flat table, no star schema, no indexing. In InfoCube, the problem, remember, we always have in loading, data loading, it has to go, you have to delete index, you have to recreate index, and it has to create all these SID steps, right? Where it gets stuck. All the things are gone in ADSO. And in ADSO nowadays, you do not even have to activate data to be able to report it. That step also to save time. Yes, it's called advanced DSO. Okay, we're going to discuss these things ahead in our data modeling. Okay, we'll go in full detail in those things, but just I'm just trying to tell you the options right now. Now, by doing the ADSO, It's called advanced DSO. It's similar to DSO, but advanced DSO as per SAP's new name. And the reporting and loading both will get fantastically, you'll get benefit from there. So when you create ADSO, let's say you want to go and create ADSO, it will ask you to copy from. You can put in InfoCube name. So nowadays you can copy the transformations also. So nowadays you can just go ahead and copy the transformation. It's going to ask you to choose new source and target. So those benefits are there. Again, I understand your point that this is kind of more work, but people choose this who don't want to take risk. And they want to prove the point that, okay, the parallel path works fantastically fine before they change the BEX queries. Right? And this option has a lot of benefit because when you are ready, you can just copy the multi-product to composite provider, right? And also when you, in that case, it's going to copy the BEX queries exactly as it is. The good thing is that, why I like this option, if it copies the BEX query exactly as it is with technical IDs, your business object universes will not get impacted. Right? Otherwise, your business object universes, they point to the technical IDs of the BEX query key figures. So that's why people do it. And again, now see, let me also add more points here why this is a valid option. Now, as I told you, reporting and your data loading will get way faster, like 70% faster, more than that, like more than InfoCubes, right? Also, now, okay, we all know that we used to follow LSA architecture before, right? We'll talk about a little bit more today also on that later. Layered scalable architecture. In the layered scalable architecture, I have got a lot of layers. Right? For example, staging, right? Staging DSO, right? Optimize. Maybe a standard DSO for conformance. Maybe some data mart layer DSOs, right? Then maybe integration DSO, maybe InfoCube. I'm going to give you an example, right? We have this kind of normal flows in our today's world. This is no more efficient. This is called LSA, layered scalable architecture. SAP wants to stay away. HANA enables layers LSA++. We'll talk about that today. The meaning of this is that you can keep as less layer possible. Why? Because everything translates to ADSO now. There is not a different InfoCube, not a different standard DSO, right? Optimized DSO. There is nothing like that. Everything goes to ADSO. Technically, you can completely eliminate this flow and combine all your logic into one ADSO and report on that. It's perfectly valid. You don't have to keep all these multiple layers. Now, this kind of manual copy help you do this. They help you do this consolidation. I know it's manual, but it helps you do this consolidation, and it's going to decrease your HANA size 5 times less. Right. See, I understand. For that, there is no automated tool. Nobody can do that automatically, right? You have to do it manually. Anyways, there is no choice. There is no tool for that. You have to make sure you do it manually. I'm not saying do it one. Just okay. To start with, take out the staging layers. You don't have logic in staging layers, right? Staging layers are not required anymore. You can take that out easily. Why I'm saying people, you have to do it. It's not a choice that you want to do it or not, because every layer in HANA will cost you money. HANA memory. Let's say, for example, this is for example 2 GB. You have 2 GB, 2 GB, 2 GB, 2 GB, 2 GB. It's like 5 times 2 GB. 10 GB of data which you can consolidate. All of them you can consolidate into 2 GB or maybe 4 GB or 6 GB, however you want. That it's up to your design, or it's up to your costing approach. People sometimes, I told you, it's very costly. You have to think about 1 GB also here. It's that much costly. Okay. Now, of course, people don't do it. Everybody don't do it. For example, if you see companies like the oil companies, Marathon, Coca-Cola, they own like 50 terabytes of HANA boxes. They might not care, correct? But everybody is not like that. People start with 1 terabyte sometime. Even people start with 512 GB. In these scenarios, you can afford to have multiple layers. For one KPI, you are wasting your thing. So they do that. It's time versus cost, effort versus your purchasing HANA memory. And if you have an in-house team, you can just spend time to do this, right? And at least remove the staging layers. I understand your point. Data mart layer has logic. I agree. You have to merge them basically. See, by merging also, nowadays since HANA, it can process everything that you have in one transformation easily. Yes, manually. Yes, there is no tool for that because no tool can do this job for you. Think about that. Nobody knows what logic where, right?
Yeah.
So that's something I'm just telling you. You don't have to go and do this. And again, this is not mandatory. It's just that people do, or maybe again you have to strategize. That's why you have to do it one by one application in this approach, right? Maybe do it for the application where you feel it takes like 10 hours to load, right? Invest there, not the application which loads in 1 hour, right? And also doing this approach helps you do one more big thing. It helps you clean up, right?
Agreed.
BW doesn't have a very good way to clean old data. Your staging layers, I can bet you will have 20 years of data if you started 20 years before. You can control that now. So that's why people do it. I know it's like effort. It's not a simple. That's why we don't call it upgrade. Remember, I am calling it migration, which has effort involved here, not a simple basis. So that's why I always tell that BW on HANA and BW for HANA projects or migrations are projects. They are not a simple support team staff job. In this project, you need DBA, you need basis team, you need your server team, you need your BW app team. Everybody. Previously, from 7.3 to 7.4, you just need basis and you guys, right? Basis upgrades, you test it, that's it. There might be a couple of things in ABAP which fails or whatever. So if you're asking about, I think you're asking about transformation. So transformations still are same. If you're asking about ABAP routines, they are still valid in BW for HANA. They still work. BW for HANA and BW on HANA, they still have a ABAP engine. Okay. That's why they can still process. Because again, ABAP code still works fine in BW for HANA as well. It's just that ABAP code, if you have intensive ABAP code, that might take more time. But if you go and translate into AMDP code, that might be faster. But we will discuss these things more later, okay? But there is no automated tool, unfortunately. But that's why ABAP is still valid. It works everywhere in BW for HANA as well. You can simply, start. You can start from a point, and when I say strategize, means how much you want to do it. Now, let's say you have a flow like this, right?
Yeah.
You can copy this flow, okay, and it's up to you how much you want to optimize. Maybe number one, you just want to make it new objects. That might be faster. Number two, you add remove layer, right? It will take time. Number three, you add ABAP to AMDP conversion. Take more time, right? Now, number four, you can think of saying that, maybe I just go and do the HANA views now. Basically, what you're doing here, you are going to the perfect BW for HANA ideal solution, where SAP wants you to go. You're doing everything on a BW on HANA box. Again, this all are possible on BW on HANA. Doesn't mean that you need to do it. These all things are possible. All these four things I told you, they're possible in BW on HANA. Now, if you spend time now going to BW for HANA, it's just a flip of a button. Fine. And you also have HANA view for reporting. So now, you think about that. Let's say you have a sales application. Just copying to ADSO 1 week job. Isn't that? Just a regular developer. Okay. Is you copying? Again, you're copying. Everything you're copying. No chance of a kind of a screw up. Right? You're not creating anything. You're not manually copying. Right-click copy. Not that you're not even manually copying ABAP codes. The transformation can be copied. So codes, formulas, routines, everything comes. Okay. Remove layer is a tricky task. Okay. You have to merge your transformations. That's why it's tricky. Okay. That's something that will take more time, I'm sure. Okay. Maybe you just don't do that right now, or you can just start with doing the staging layers. Okay. Remove the staging layer. Maybe let's say that takes 4 weeks time. I'll take 4 weeks for this one. ABAP to MDP, it depends. Okay. A lot of people do not do this, by the way. Why? Because it's a manual code conversion, high risk job. Manual code conversion. I will not attempt this until my transformation is too slow. When it's too slow, means taking like one load is going 3 hours, 4 hours. So this is not a very popular thing. The SAP has this MDP, but they don't have a conversion tool. If they can build a conversion tool, you can do this. Others leave it in ABAP. That's fine. Okay. But of course, if you do MDP, it's going to run faster, very faster. But up to you. And again, loading, sometimes something is not a huge benefit for end users until unless there's a problem you have that you can't give data by 6 a.m. in the morning, right? Then HANA views is a fantastic enhancement for end users from a UI point of view and from a performance point of view. There you spend time. There you spend polish time. So see, it takes time, but you pick and choose. Nothing is mandatory for you. Now, I can think of that. If you feel that your end users are not happy, the point that, from architecting point of view, you have to understand your end users and the capabilities in your development team, right? If you feel that your end users are not happy from the backskill performance, go to here, start here. Forget about loadings, removing layers. Let them get happy. Let them see the value of HANA. If they get excited, you get more funding, right? If you feel that your for example, backsqueeze they're slow, or if you feel that backsqueeze are not slow, your end users are now started using Tableau or Power BI. I'll tell you, these are supported connections, but painful connections. I like 4 years back, maybe 4 or 5 years back, when we were looking Tableau. Now, Tableau was not even able to connect to backstory. It was only going to DSOs. Who the hell wants to go to DSOs to reporting? So this is a painful connection. Now, Power BI has released a new .NET connector now, or something like that. But these are definitely painful in those scenarios, because something I personally see in my organization 2 years back, I guess 2.5 years back, my users, they moved away from Webby to particularly Power BI. Okay, Bex is still there. Bex is Bex. Forget it, Bex. Most of my users, when we introduced Power BI in our company, they started liking a lot. They wanted to come out of Webby to Power BI. Now I'm in deep trouble because Webbies were built on Bex, right? Yeah. PBI doesn't like Bex. That's why I had to apply my strategy to go to here as soon as possible. And PBI to HANA views fantastic connection, ODBC. That's why you give value to end users. That's why you can get more money, like funding for your HANA projects, right? Until you just make it an IT project. So let's move on. So again, these are different kind of work you might find in a migration project, or even, what I'm saying is that if you go on architect, this might help you think solutions, or if somebody else is architecting, you can just follow through the, kind of the implementation basically. Okay. So the number four is simple option, migration as a re-implementation, right? Now this is kind of number 3 as well, but in this one, some people try to not even create parallel flow. They try to create parallel BW on a HANA system. It's like 3, but in 3 we're trying to copy a flow. Here they're copying a BW on a HANA system. Completely copy it and redo it. Again, number 3 has a high risk. I told you number 3 has a higher risk, right? You're doing a lot of changes. High effort. Number 4 also is high effort but low risk, because you have a parallel system which cannot impact, and you can go live, right? To complete a flow, go live. And okay, I'll tell you the story. Let me just these 4 are the different kind of options to go to BW on HANA, right? Then in all those 4 options, at the end you'll go to BW for HANA. And again, why I didn't keep all these things, the BW for HANA together in these options, because I want to think in such a way that BW for HANA, sorry, where's my diagram? This one. BW for HANA is not a mandatory step to go in the migration project. You can, in the first step, you can come to BW on HANA, okay, and stay there as long as you want. Benefit. Number 1, BW 7.4 to 7.5 on HANA is a free BW upgrade. You don't, BW for HANA is not a free upgrade. You have to buy. That's something customers don't go. And by, as BW 7.5 is getting enhanced, we are getting almost, 80% or 90% features of BW for HANA in BW 7.5 HANA now. Because BW 7.5 supports both old objects and new objects. That's the benefit. You have info cubes, you have ADSOs. BW 7.5 supports HANA views. BW 7.5 supports AMDP. So you get a lot of things. 7.5 doesn't give you things like SDI, SDA, all those things from data provisioning point of view. They are additional, but from an end user point of view, you do get a lot of benefits. So you can stay here. And also, because, so then you can ask me what's the benefit going to BW for HANA, okay? I always tell that, and I told that once in Vegas when I was doing one of my session of my experience, and SAP didn't like it. The point is that if you ask your SAP's engineers, what is the benefit of going to BW for HANA over 7.5, they can't explain it properly. Today's world. Why? Because as per SAP's roadmap, after 3 years, you might see a huge difference. As I told you, they're going to invest everything on 4, no new features coming on 7.5. But right now, not a lot. So, but definitely right now, you should go for 7.5 on HANA at least to get ready for BW for HANA. So as I told you, if you know all these techniques, so 7.5 BW for HANA are similar in 80% things, 20% may vary. We'll cover both of these. That's why my point was yesterday or day before yesterday that you can work in both projects, 7.5 on HANA and BW for HANA. And also another factor that that is always overlooked. Now, all your team members, application team, DBA team, basis team, you need to give them some time to understand how to work with HANA. So people stay here. I'll tell you one thing, the basis team, they will have no clue how to manage HANA in your internal teams, basically. So to bring, people that say go there and stay for some time, get everybody, application team, DBA team, basis team, let them get trained, let them understand HANA is completely different to manage than Oracle, right? So that's why also, people stay here, okay? After that, it's easy to go to BW for HANA. Now, when I say easy, if you only did number 1 step, you have more work to go to BW for HANA, right? Because you have not optimized anything, okay? You have more work, but you can, you can follow these tools to go and migrate. We'll discuss these things in this migration section, okay? Now, but if in contrast, if you have done the number 3 migration step and made everything HANA made everything new objects, right? ADSOs, it's very easy to go and do migration. Very, very easy to go to BW for HANA. Why? Because BW for HANA does not support cubes and DSOs. You have to go and migrate them to new objects before you can go there. Now, if you have a 7.5 box with only new objects, ADSOs and OpenODS view, we'll discuss that. Info objects, composite providers, only those objects. It's fantastically easy to go to BW for HANA. Just kind of a weekend task. Depend which option when you do. People sometimes, they come here, they don't optimize anything. They do this migration. They spend more time in this migration, basically in this migration, basically. Okay. It depends how you want how you want to do that. That's why some of the organizations, they also try to create a new. They also try to go and do a parallel implementation at this step. Keep the same box here. Create a parallel box for BW for HANA. Right? Because it's a big change, right? People are afraid. And I like the same thing. S for HANA. You see, not a lot of customers have gone there. It's a humongous change. It's a risk. So same goes for BW for HANA as well. That's why I'm saying 7.5 is safer box. You have both options, old and new. So let's get going. So, remember these points, basically, I just wanted to get you some thought, I want to put some of these thoughts in your mind. If you go and design something, architect something, this helps you, which way you want to go. And again, performance-wise, if you talk about performance-wise, if you just go and take the option number 1, don't do any optimization, you really are not getting any more benefit. So make sure that you have that expectation with your business stakeholders. In number 1 option, without optimization, you might just get 20-25% fast performance benefit. That's it, maximum. Sometimes the reports will not even run that faster. That's it. Loading or same thing. Number 2 option, same thing, maybe make it 35 for 35 option, 35 or maybe 40%, a little bit more. But Sometimes you can get this one go 50% also because you have optimized some things might get faster. But the number, the number 3 option that you spoke about, new objects, ADSOs, HANA views, right? I have personally seen some, reports can go up to 90% faster, 90% faster on HANA views and ADSOs compared to BEX and Cube. So this is the real value of HANA, and also SAP also wanted to go there, right? That's why they are that's why HANA views are in their main agenda and not much BEX query. They also know that. That's why they have completely eliminated BEX portfolio. No more business explorer tools except query designer. Again, so this is kind of a high-level overview. Step 1, step 2. I have a step 3, but you can go. There's one more box here because this is the starter add-on. The BW for HANA starter add-on, which will give the tools to go for the migrations basically. So this is kind of a regular flow. NADB 7.5 on HANA, add the add-on, go to BW for HANA. Now, again, see the BW for HANA's prerequisites. Only SAP HANA optimized objects like ADSOs, composite providers, right? No more cubes, BEX, anything. Source systems, no more DB Connect, UD Connect, data services, nothing supported. ODP, HANA files. These 3 are the source systems only. Okay. So other things like SDA, SDI comes in HANA, SLT comes in ODP, or it can come in HANA as well. And there's nothing else. They do have it nowadays. They have something called a big data. That's a type of source system, but that's more like HANA. It's very close to HANA source system. No 3.x data flows, right? Of course, you won't expect BW for HANA to support 3.x data flow. No BEX front-end tools. BEX BW query stays. That means, again, they clarify that point. No front-end tools, that there is no BEX analyzer, no Office analyzer, WARD, whatever things, nothing, but the BW query stays. No NLS partner solution. This is kind of a big thing also, but I don't think a lot of customers use NLS. But if you are using NLS, near-line storage, you cannot use any more third-party near-line storage with BW for HANA. You have to go and use SAP's archiving strategy. Remember the DTO we spoke about yesterday. So anyway, I think we'll skip through this thing. I don't think these are required now for us to go. The 2 ways. So manual conversion is copy. You can do the copy one. Okay, we can do the copy one, but the tool, this one, okay, I can show everything, but this tool, we can execute the tool, right? This tool will really convert the 7.5 to BW for HANA system, do a conversion. I can show the tool, but we can't execute it because we don't have a system which you can automatically convert to BW for HANA. The copy one, for example, it's very easy. You can do now even. You go and create a ADSO. Okay. Now copy from Cube. That's it. Old-fashioned way. Nothing changed. And the transformations nowadays also you have this option copy. I think it was there for 7.4 as well, right? Copy. If you copy, it's going to ask you source and target, right? You can change, copy the complete transformation. I think it was there in 7.4, if I'm not wrong, maybe not. See, yeah, because remember one thing that when you copied, let's say this transformation was between a data source and the info cube, right? Let's say you copied the info cube to ADSO. That means you make sure all the fields are exactly the same. When you copy the transformation, all the fields will get mapped automatically because the target fields are same, right? And the source is anyway same, remains same. So everything is exactly same. You will just get a new transformation ID. Yeah, because the old cube might not. The old cube is still there, right? You're copying it to an ADSO. Old cube is still there. So transformation will still remain there. We will delete the cube. We said I want to create a new ADSO, right? That is copied from my info cube. So I didn't delete the cube. I didn't convert the cube here, right? I just said I want to do a new ADSO, right? And that is copied from the info cube. Let's go into one more thing now. Since we're talking more and more about the system, let's talk about the HANA Studio. I told you I'm going to tell you everything about HANA Studio, how to start a project. So let's talk about that now. So as I told you, RSA1 is no longer, it doesn't have a lot of functionality anymore, right? It's nothing there. In 7.5, you see this is anyway. This system is 7.5. You see the DSOs. Okay, when you double click, you don't see the regular screen settings or fields, right? You don't see that these things even. I think in 7.5 you can still create things here. I guess in 7.5 you can do these things, but in BW for HANA, nothing you can do in RSA1 except process chains. Process chain is the only thing that you can create in the RSA1. In BW for HANA, nothing. I showed you these things are not even there. OpenHub also has gone to HANA Studio. The planning, the OpenHub, everything has gone there. The SAP HANA analysis process is no longer in BW for HANA. Sorry, SAP HANA analysis process is there. The APD is no longer in BW for HANA. The APD, remember the APD? There's something used to be analysis process designer. That is no longer there in BW for HANA. You have to use SAP HANA analysis process. So what do we do? Where do we do all our modeling, right? That's why we have got something called a HANA Studio. Now, HANA Studio is something you have to download from SAP, and this looks like this. Okay, when you double click this, it opens like this. I'm going to show you a few things. Let's close everything. So I have this document which tells you how to install HANA Studio. This is how it's going to come here. If you install from SAP, okay, and this is how we install it. You can just follow these steps if you want to do it. Okay, HANA Studio perspective. Once HANA Studio is installed, you see different perspectives in HANA Studio. How do you get the perspectives and how do you change the perspectives? See this button, open perspectives. This is how you go and get all the perspectives. If you see, there are so many different perspectives. As I told you, HANA database can be utilized to do different kind of development. BW development is a part of that. ABAP development is a part of that, right? So you see so many different perspectives, like Java development, right? JavaScript, Java. You have other front, open source developments. So many things basically. Okay, so many different interfaces to interact with HANA DB, right? The things we are concerned about are few things basically. Let's start from here. What we need is something called SAP HANA development perspective. Okay, using this you can go create and manage your HANA views. Okay, create and manage your HANA views. There is one more perspective that maybe you are interested in. It's called SAP HANA Administration Console. In this one, you can go on create user IDs, roles, and everything, managing like basis tasks. The third one that we are interested in is a BW modeling perspective, where we can tap the BW system and create and model BW objects. So again, difference between this one, this goes to the BW system. This one goes to the HANA DB. Difference in here, you can create ADSOs and composite providers and manage it. Here, you can create HANA views and manage it. Here you can't see ADSO and composite providers. Yes, there are limitations. You can do it. We'll cover that in the composite provider section. The BW security, then you're talking about the analysis authorizations, right? Right. That's basically your analysis authorization and authorization object, isn't that? Yeah. Those will get migrated to something called analytic privilege. In HANA database, securities are built with analytic privilege. One more thing, remember, yes, it will translate, but there are a lot of restrictions on the hierarchy, by the way. HANA database is not a OLAP, right? There are a lot of restrictions on the hierarchies to security wise, for display, for processing wise as well. It does support your hierarchy, okay? But there are restrictions. There are restrictions on, but I think the point is that in complex scenario, it cannot just do migration automatically. But something called, we call something called analytic privilege. That's something which is HANA's language of security. Okay. Now, as soon as you install your HANA Studio, you will see every perspective except BW modeling by default. The BW modeling will not be there. Okay. So I think it's there here. So for the BW modeling, you have to go and install another component, okay, or to get the BW modeling perspective here. Let's see if I think I have that screenshot somewhere. Yeah, here you go. So installing the BW modeling tools, right? Because after you install your HANA Studio, you will not see this BW modeling. So you don't see the BW modeling perspective. To get the BW modeling perspective, you have to follow these steps. Basically, what you do here is that you have to go to the help here, go install new software, okay? Then try to get the BW model, try to download the BW modeling tools by going to the this particular link. Go to this link, okay? Copy this link and put it here, okay? For example, and click enter. As soon as you do that, it's going to show you these. These are the BW modeling tools. You check everything and you have to install that separately. This is additional installation. That's why don't get confused. As soon as you install HANA Studio, you might not see BW. You will not see BW. The next thing we want to do here is that now how do I get started? When you have a fresh system HANA Studio, you will not see anything. For HANA point of view, let's say right now in the BW perspective, right? For HANA point of view, BW application is a project. That's why you see the BW systems under project. Like any other project, like HTML5, Java, or ABAP, BW is a project for HANA. Okay, you have to go and add the BW system as a project to this BW perspective. Okay, I'll show you that. One more thing also, it's like this. If you go to the HANA Development Studio, right? HANA Development Studio. Similarly, you have to go and add the HANA DB as a system, not as a project. As a system to the HANA Development Studio to access the database views and everything. How do we do that? Let's see. Let's first go to the, let's see what we have in the documentation to start with. Let's follow the flow. Let's first go and add a HANA DB system. So that's the right way to do it. You can go and add a BW system first without adding that corresponding HANA DB. But it's preferable that if you go first add the HANA DB first, okay, as a project, as a system. Now to add it, it's to add a HANA DB here is very simple. You go add system, okay. This is going to ask you your HANA DB host and everything. In our lab system, okay, you will always have this in your desktop. Open that, you get all the systems and their username password. Okay, now in this particular thing, I'm trying to add my HANA DB, right? So I'll go and try to find out my HANA DB's login credential. If you see how they maintain it, they say SAP BW HANA login. This means this is the BW system login. Now they say HANA Studio BW HANA login. This is the HANA DB login. So this is the BW system login. This is the HANA database login. When you do specify system, we are adding a system. We are adding a HANA DB. So follow this one. Once you do this, just put the host name here, right? We have a host name. Oh, I'm sorry. In here, put the host name from here. This is the host name, right? Then put what else we have. Then it needs an instance number. This is the instance number. Leave it for single container. Put a description, whatever you want. Do next. It's going to ask you user ID password. Just go to the user ID and password. After you do that, your HANA DB is now added to the systems tab. Okay, you see, open that. Again, this is the BW on HANA. You can also add the BW for HANA. So this is the BW for HANA DB1. Okay, now what you see here? Let's just close this one. This is BW for HANA. You see basically three main things. In fact, four things here. One is the catalog. Catalog basically is your schemas, right? It's a database. You have schemas. You see here, right? All the schemas. One thing to remember in BW for HANA environment, you should not directly tap into the schemas of the DB. You're not supposed to do this. It's called SAP ABAP 1. SAP ABAP1, the default schema where the BW system tables get installed, but base system can change it. Like here, they have changed it to SAP HANA DB. Now, again, when you are licensed to work on BW for HANA, that means you're supposed to interact with the database from the BW software. Now, it depends if you have access to a smarter integration, smarter access, right? They can directly get the data to the schema. BW on HANA, you do not have license for smart access and smart integration by default. You have to go through data sources always. Data source system, right? PSA up. BW for HANA, you do have access to smart access, or by default, smarter integration. You have to check with your SAP devs. It's confusing. Check with them. Yeah. If you have access, then you can go for schemas, because they will directly put their to backend. SAP's point is that they are selling BW license as a restrictive license for HANA. They want you to do everything at the BW layer, like DSO, like data source ADSOs. Okay, except the HANA views. HANA views are allowed, right? HANA views are not persistent, right? They are views. But HANA, you don't do HANA views in schemas, right? HANA views are not same as table views. In schema, you could do tables, table views, procedures, or those things. Native HANA people, native HANA licenses allowed to go do that. Enterprise HANA. BW for HANA will give you both, but for smart access, you can use it. Basically, the point is that you should not create a new schema and create tables and do open development like SQL Server. License standpoint. You know, but the trick is that, see, SAP will not allow you to directly go here and create a Z table, but you can do it from S11, BW layer. That will come under here. Those are the restrictions you have to play with, but you know, kind of it again. You know, I'm saying that some, you know, in licensing is very confusing. Okay. Yeah. It depending upon customer and SAP relationship. Now, what I'm hearing now is that from SAP new model, okay, the licensing point of view, in the past, there used to be few different licensing from HANA, right? The most wide or the most flexible licensing was used to call enterprise license, right? That gives you, that allows to do everything. Okay, it doesn't have BW by default, but that allows you to do every freehand development. Then the other type of license you used to have is called BWDB licenses. It was restrictive. Okay. Now this used to let's say this used to cost you $3. I'm just giving you an example. This used to cost you $1, 1/3 price. Okay. Now, when SAP had these things 2-3 years back as their licensing, right? Now, then SAP realized that again, there are, you know, you might have a different thing, but again, it's up to customer and SAP relationship. SAP realized that they're losing money in here. Because because they have a lot more BW customers and a lot more BW DBs or bigger size DBs, right? So nowadays they have kind of, you know, they're trying to kind of dissolve this model, and they have created one licensing, something they call, I don't know the name, that costs you $1.5 per unit. And again, this is per unit. Okay. When you say unit, that means each unit in HANA is 64 GB. You can buy HANA in 64 GB increments. And sometimes, okay, one more licensing model also, size versus users. This is, I'm talking about size. You can buy size by HANA by 64 GB till anything, 1 TB, 2 TB, you pay money. There is one more licensing model. You don't worry about sizing. You can use any size. You pay by users. It depends. You have to talk to your, basically this is a conversation between your sourcing, your enterprise architect head, and SAP. These are quite complex things, right? Yeah. And SAP does not give any discount on HANA, if you know that. They will give discount on anything else, not on HANA. But again, if you go and buy, okay, but I have even heard from some of my you know, friends and colleagues in TechEds, if you buy 10 TB of S4 HANA, for example, I'm just giving an example, they might give you BW for HANA free. Okay, so coming back here, so this is a catalog, little restrictive, right? You are not supposed to do much things here, and you don't need if you are following a BW strategy, right? To do BW object modeling. The next thing we have is content. This is where all your HANA calculation views are there. Think these are called packages, like info areas. Then you'll have HANA calculation views, okay? And these views are exposed for reporting. Now, again, one more thing to realize that when you expose a HANA system for reporting tools through ODBC, HANA will only expose the content section, not catalog. That means nobody can go and report on a table directly from reporting tools. Okay, we'll talk about these things. This is called package, content and package. The next thing if you have with the provisioning, here you have smart access. There's the data provisioning, you have smart access here. Okay, we'll talk about these things. The next thing is you have with the security, basically. So users roles, all these administration things. So this is your HANA DB, or you call HANA development perspective, right? You use this for your HANA view management, and you also do use this for your analytic privileges. You know, security stuff, your analytic privileges, and say roles and usernames, everything. If you go back to BW perspective, now you come back to the project tab. How do I add a project here? So like we discussed about the HANA DB here, there's the screenshots. To add a project, of course, you first have to download the BW perspective. Maybe I don't have the screenshot. Okay, it's simple. Basically, it's not that difficult. You right click here. Okay, new. Okay, project. I told you BW is a project. New project. You see a lot of different projects. I told you HANA is quite open. It supports a lot of projects. You go and choose Business Warehouse, BW project. Next, it's going to ask you, okay, if you have SAP logon, it's going to fetch the SAP systems from there. You choose your BW for HANA system, right? That's what we want to add, and or BW on HANA, whatever. You do next, put a username, ID, and password. Once authenticated, it's going to add projects like this. For example, this one, right? Let's go back to this one. When you open it, it's going to ask you the ID password. Again, this ID password is this guy. Okay, BW on HANA, or this guy from BW for HANA, right? Now it opens the project. What do you see here? Of course, favorites. You know, favorites is something, whatever you want to add, any objects you want to your favorites. That's different. These are the favorites, and basically there are two important things. BW repository, these are your info areas, and BW info providers, ADSOs, composite providers, open ODS views, info objects, BW queries, everything stays in it. The good thing here is that if you see, if you open something, okay, I want a better one. Let's see. Okay, the good thing is that when you in BW for HANA, all the different kind of info providers, they get cataloged under their folders automatically. You don't have to create these folders. As soon as you create composite provider, it's going to create a composite provider folder, and it's going to place it under here. Okay, so if you see here, I think we should have a folder. Yeah, this one that I was using in last class. You see, folder for every different kind of objects. Data flow, composite provider, open ODS view, ADSOs, characteristics, open up destinations, everything. This is BW for HANA, and in the BW 7.5 as well, I think it catalogs the same way. Open ODS view is a new object altogether. In BW for HANA, this is a third object. This, remember our demo session, it replaces your virtual providers. It's a new object, brand new object. Yeah, I know. This is not a processed object, or this is not an object. It's kind of a combination of a flow. I'll tell you. This is not an info provider, and you know OpenHub, right? Yeah. So also, you get your characteristics under this as well. And the other thing is that you see all your transformation also underneath here. Yeah. The key figures would be there, I'm sure. It is not in the info area. I think by default you will see key figures in the not assigned or somewhere. It will be there. Of course, key figures still supported. Try to find a what do you call it? Is it called not assigned or something where they know there are no info areas?
Hey there! Want to level up your skills in managing supplies? Our SAP BW for HANA course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP BW for HANA, a toolbox for planning everything from product availability to distribution. Covering everything from basics to advanced techniques, this course is crafted by seasoned experts. Your teachers are industry pros, ready to guide you through every step and answer all your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful this course is. Just like you, many have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's budget friendly, so you can learn without breaking the bank. Ready to master SAP BW for HANA? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Okay, so this is basically your BW repository, right? More for modeling, and the next one we have is a data source. Okay, here you have all your source systems, again cataloged by type: ODP SAP, ODP HANA, ODP SLT, ODP CDS, file, HANA, everything. Your data sources and source systems. So this is how basically this is how the HANA Studio is. One more, couple of more points. Now, HANA Studio is one way to access or install. You might hear something called Eclipse. Okay. Now, again, HANA Studio is a Java-based platform, right? No, it's not a ABAP platform. Now, what SAP did was they took a Java, open Java platform, and they built this SAP HANA Studio. But you also, if you want, you can download a Eclipse version, like a Java platform, if you know how to do those things. You can download an open Eclipse like Oxygen or anything that is available right now. You can download Eclipse and also add BW modeling tool there. That also works, because this platform is not any specific to SAP. This interface, Eclipse, a Java open interface Eclipse looks exactly like this. You can download Eclipse from online, and then you see everything like this. There are perspectives also. You can just have to go and add BW perspective there as well. Okay, so that's called Eclipse. The third thing you might hear is something called a HANA Web IDE. Okay, Web IDE, Web Integrated Development Environment. Now, what SAP is trying to do, SAP is trying to eliminate this HANA Studio in the future, or not right now. They're going to support it, but they want to have a parallel web interface for development. Web interfaces are better. The problem is that the web interface does not have BW for HANA, BW modeling tool support. And in the lab, unfortunately, our system is not configured for Web IDE. I asked them this question, like the last question thing. Yes, that's SAP's roadmap, because there's a lot of complaint about HANA Studio is slow sometimes, and not only slow, it takes a lot of memory. That's the problem. If you go to the task manager, you see a HANA Studio will be at top, and if you don't have at least 8 GB laptop, you're in trouble. That's why SAP is trying to do the Web IDE. So in the Web IDE, you see everything from the HANA Studio point of view. These things are already there. You will have similar kind of interfaces. All these folders, you double click, it opens in the web. Okay, Web IDE. But they do not have the BW modeling tool supported there. So there's no point for us to go there. But I'm just telling you because you might hear that, for native HANA people, for native HANA people, they just need this one, right? That's it. They don't have access to BW perspective at all. So I think we're good with the HANA Studio installation and how to start with projects. The next thing I want to do is the LSA and LSA++ architecture. Let's just do this today as well. The point here is that now, when we started our BW environments, 3.5, 7. Mostly, particularly 7.0, SAP started. SAP basically branded this LSA architecture, layered scalable architecture, where you have got all the different layers in application. For example, like this, right? This is a classic diagram for layered scalable architecture. Data acquisition layer, PSS, right? Or staging layers, quality and harmonization layer, propagation layer, corporate memory, business logic layer, reporting layer, your back virtual layer, like multi-providers, right? This is a classic LSA architecture. we call these things as our AW layer, these things are data mart layer, right? And reporting supposed to be only on the virtualization layer, right? We are not allowed to report on any other layers. Why not allowed? Because of course there were constraints, because initial versions of 7.0, I guess, BW was not supported at all on DSOs, so reporting was not preferable. On DSOs, you don't have access to navigation attributes, right? Before, I think it was not supported there down there as well. And SAP always said, do not report on DSO. You have performance problems, right? On DSO reporting, or then you have to also do generate SIDs from DSO to be able to report. There's so many problems. That's why the classic thing was to go and report on info cubes, or most ideally on multi-providers, right? But data stores in multiple different layers underneath. Why? Because it was at the time technologies and the BW software with databases, it was fine, because SAP didn't wanted to, SAP didn't wanted us to directly load data to info cubes, right? They wanted us to dump data into a write optimized JSON always. That's how the load was low, to make the loads faster. Then take it up and have logic step by step. At the time, we don't care about the disk space, right, or volume, because I really don't. My query performance does not get impacted by these layers, right, or volume of data. They only get impacted by the cubes, basically. How much data I have in a cube, right? But so these are all layer scalable architecture, okay? And there was a clear difference between the data mart layer and the staging layers, right? Everybody has all these layers in old BW. Now, this particular LSA architecture was good until HANA came into picture, okay? Now, SAP has started branding something called a LSA++ architecture. And SAP says this is only possible due to HANA DB. Okay. Now, simple theory in LSA++ architecture, the layers are no more distinguished anymore. If you see the arrows, all the layers are interchangeable. There is no clear demarcations. We don't have to think you don't have to think EW and data mart as a separate layers anymore in your design considerations. Why? Because due to HANA's capability, you can directly load data into a ADSO and report on that. Excuse me. Or if you don't want to load data, you can completely eliminate the data persistent layer and create an open ODS view and report on that, a virtual layer. It's called data virtualization. Open ODS view is like a virtual provider. It can go and pull data from source on demand. So all these layers, if you see, they are getting thinner and obsolete. For example, the PSA layer. In BW for HANA, there is no PSA, by the way. Okay, BW for HANA does not support PSA. The data directly gets loaded to the ADSO layers. Delta Q will not get cleared until delta is loaded to ADSO. So entire thing that info package was doing, DTP does it now. Delta initialization, delta mode, right? Everything DTP does it now for you. If the delta fails in ADSO, your delta Q or ODQ now, right? It will not get marked as successful. We'll talk about that ODQ tomorrow probably. Okay. So info package and data source has no uses now. Like, sorry, not data source, info package and PSA. No, so since there is no PSA, info package is not even available. Those features are no longer supported. Unfortunately, I know I do get this question always, but you cannot take advantage of those features. SAP do not want you to change the source data. No, you are talking about that RSKZ, right? Or something yeah, that is there. So your load will fail in ADSO there, or have the language, right? Normally it fails because of language problem. Some characters, right? Some foreign characters not supported. You have to go and implement properly ISKZ first of all, right? So that both caps and capital, small, special characters supported. And also, if you have a problem in language, install the language packs, right? If you install the language packs, it will not fail. So SAP has language, they call it language something, right? You have to install them to your ERP and and BW, right? Again, it's also ideal that whatever language pack you have installed in ERP, this will come to BW as well. So I know that feature support team used to like that PSA change everything, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't know if there's any workaround that you can change like you do. You can change in PSA. Coming back to LSA++, if you read this one a little bit, by using SAP HANA database as your database, SAP BW, you have greater flexibility and more possibilities to achieve your requirements. A new integrated layer architecture LSA++ is required to show this everything basically that we have. Okay, and one more thing BW for HANA is trying to, or SAP is trying to drive towards, is called data virtualization now, correct? That's why LSA++ also comes in the picture. Now, what is the data virtualization means? That means you do not have to always go and load everything to BW or HANA. You can virtually access data using OpenODS view. And again, this is way better than virtual provider and flexible, and from a performance point of view, better than virtual provider. See, I'm not saying that virtualization is, you should adopt virtualization for everything, right? Of course, you don't go and do virtualization for SAP, for example, material movement tables, humongous, right? Depends, but that's why there are, everything. So the point is that you do not have to go and load data into all these multiple layers anymore. That's a bad design now. The design which was suggested by SAP long time back is no longer preferable. But the problem is that when you migrate, you stuck with this design because that design comes from the old 7.4 system, right? That's why you have to take a decision. Should we go and optimize? So that's basically your LSA++ architecture. Nothing more. There's some theories here. It's flexible. The point is that no info cubes required. Like we always thought, info cube is required for reporting, right? No more requirement of that. ADS is enough, and composite provider, that's a virtual layer. Composite provider or OpenODS view is your virtual layer. Few things also, you don't need to worry about your indexing and everything. There's no info cubes. Okay, it gives you better flexibility. And LSA++ only is possible with HANA. That's the point. You cannot just go and do this LSA++ with Oracle or SQL. You'll have performance problem. Okay, if you directly load data to InfoCube in Oracle, you will have performance problem, right? From source to InfoCube. That's why SAP wanted us to stage it first in staging layers. So there's some theories only. I don't think there's anything different. You can go through this. Here the point is that what the point that in this slide is making is that why InfoCube is no longer required, because InfoCubes from a HANA environment, if you don't have, basically the point is that if you don't have InfoCubes, okay, then you don't need to follow LSA architecture. Okay, you don't need to go and follow LSA architecture, and in HANA you don't need InfoCubes. See, the thing, one point you have to understand here is that InfoCubes kind of needs a lot of kind of what do you call that, housekeeping tasks, right? Indexing, remember, drop index, build index, some in BWA or aggregates, right? And in the back also we do sometimes compression, correct? And like in the back end housekeeping stuff. Those things are a lot, these things are database activities which are no longer required in HANA. That's why SAP no longer needs to, that's why SAP says that, okay, I don't need InfoCube and star schema. I can perfectly do the reporting without star schema on flat tables. And again, this particular slide says, virtual data mart layers, composite providers. You have, composite providers. One more thing here is that multi-providers only were supporting, remember, union, right? And your InfoSet was supporting join. But the composite providers does support both union and joins, and multiple layer joins and unions. That makes it very, very, very more powerful. That's something you have to think when you're designing, that you are no longer bound to design like this. Now, at least the point is that, let's say I understand you cannot change your LSA layer for all applications. It takes time. But when you develop new applications, think always LSA++ layer that do not, the thing, what I have done in my organization with my developers, I have taken out the thought of staging at all. No staging. No staging, no conference. Just have all those layers out of your mind. What do you need for reporting? I need one ADSO. Okay, do that. Okay, some scenario I don't need ADSO. It can be done in an OpenODS view. Do that. Some scenarios is too complex. I might need two ADSOs to handle that. That's fine. Do that. Two ADSO is SAP doesn't say that just go have one question layer. You can have to depend upon your requirement.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key benefit of using SAP BW for HANA? Option A, reduced hardware costs. Option B, improved data security. Option C, faster data processing and analysis. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to level up your skills in managing supplies? Our SAP BW for HANA course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP BW for HANA, a toolbox for planning everything from product availability to distribution. Covering everything from basics to advanced techniques, this course is crafted by seasoned experts. Your teachers are industry pros, ready to guide you through every step and answer all your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful this course is. Just like you, many have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's budget friendly, so you can learn without breaking the bank. Ready to master SAP BW for HANA? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
The point now is that now in the older version of BW, right? In fact, including the BW 7.5, okay. So there used to be a lot of different data provisioning, methods available, or in this very simplified term, there were so many different source systems which are possible, right? Starting from 7.0 to 1 to 7.0 to 3, 4, 5. There were different data provisioning mechanisms were there. All these in this slide that you see. Of course, extractors, we all know about it. This is the extractor source system. DB Connect, then now you have UD Connect as well. File, HANA was introduced in BW on HANA system. Web services, ODP, of course, was there, right? Data services, partner. Now partners means, it can be anything like MII or whatever you can think of. And also in in the BW on HANA environment 7.5, also we have smart data access as one of the way to source data to BW. Now, again, the idea was there were so many different data provision mechanisms which are available. In the new thing in BW for HANA, again, before you go to BW for HANA, this is kind of what the thing I'm talking about. All the possible source systems types, right? So now going to BW for HANA, SAP has tried to simplify or all those various data provisioning mechanism and try to consolidate them into only 4 to be basically there are 3, but SAP has now added a new thing called big data, so I didn't have that in the screenshot, but 4 source systems basically. One is file, of course, file remains file, SAP HANA, ODP, and big data. Big data is just a kind of variation of HANA source system, but SAP treats that as a separate type, source system type. Okay, so these are the only possible source systems types we have now in BW for HANA. No more DB Connect, UD Connect, web services, or the data services. They're not all possible. So let's go and look into our, as I told you, ODP today. So there are some theories you guys can read all those things. I will not go into each and everything. So ODP source system, again, it is not new. It has been there from some time, right? But let's if people who don't know what is ODP, you can go and discuss about a little bit. ODP means operational data provisioning. Simple idea here is that. So in the old days, to extract from any SAP source system, right? We used to use extractors, of course, but the extractor type was SAPI, right? SAP Service API. That was the extraction or extractor type that we used to use in the older BW environment. Now SAP has changed this extraction mechanism from SAPI to ODP, operational data provisioning now. Okay, in a simplistic term, that is the change for that is a change that they have done. If we go and summarize that, basically, okay. So for example, let's say this is a BW 7.0 system, right? We used to have for example 2LIS_11_VITM, right? This extractor was delivered in the SAPI, like the SAP mechanism, right? That was the extraction mechanism that used to be used. Okay, and the same extractor now in BW 7.5 as well nowadays, on BW for HANA also. Okay, I think 7.4 as well. Same extractor is available in the ODP framework. It's just a change of mechanism how SAP wants to pull data from SAP source systems. 7.5 has both ODP and SAPI available. SAPI means service APIs, right? But BW for HANA, no more SAPI, only ODP framework. But you get, but from data retrieval point of view, you still have the extractor. Don't worry, the extractor is still there. It's been converted into ODP framework automatically by SAP, because these are business standard extractors. Now, if we go to our, let's go to our data sources. Okay, I will go to ODP SAP, right? This is the source system type now. It's called ODP SAP. If you go to our ERP system, so T90 client 090 is one of our ERP systems that is attached to BW for HANA, right? If you go and if you try to look at our, extractor, any of them basically, for example, if we go to sales.
Hey there, want to level up your skills in managing supplies? Our SAP BW for HANA course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP BW for HANA, a toolbox for planning everything from product availability to distribution. Covering everything from basics to advanced techniques, this course is crafted by seasoned experts. Your teachers are industry pros, ready to guide you through every step and answer all your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful this course is. Just like you, many have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's budget friendly, so you can learn without breaking the bank. Ready to master SAP BW for HANA? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
And if I go to my SD, again, these all extractors are available in BW for HANA. See, all the standard extractors are available, right? It's not gone anywhere. But if you click now to open a standard extractor, you see the extraction mechanism here pointing towards the adapter that is being used now is called extraction from SAP system by operational data provisioning. You would see at here it used to say SAPI service API, correct? So that has now changed now in BW for HANA. Again, 7.5 supports both SAPI and ODP. BW for HANA only supports ODP, no more SAPI. So the question is that how do you kind of migrate? Again, when you go and migrate to BW for HANA, the migration tool is going to convert all the SAPI extractors to ODP extractor. Now again, see the extractors from an extraction point of view, it's all same. Okay, this extractor is going to pull data to PSA in BW on HANA and to a ADSO in BW for HANA. Okay, you use info package in BW 7.5, you can use DTP in BW for HANA. Same fields, same number of fields, everything remains similar. Okay, same number of fields you have here. Only thing now changed now in ODP is the delta queues in the source side. From BW side, nothing has changed as such. Since the extraction mechanism has changed, the delta queue and stuff has changed now in the ERP source system, right? In the SAP methodology, we used to go to a transaction code called RSS7, right, to see the delta queues, right? So you would not see the ODP extractors or data sources in the RSS7 delta queue anymore. Okay. So before you go there, again, this is kind of a nice pictorial diagram. If you see now, SAP delta queue. Okay, this was used previously, right? So if it's a BW system like 7.5, you have SAP as well as ODP or ODQ. ODQ is the delta queue for ODP. Now, this is the delta queue before RSS7. This is the operational delta queue. Is the delta queue with the ODP framework. Now, BW 7.5 supports both SAP and ODP. Okay, but BW for HANA only supports ODP and ODQ. No more SAP support, I told you, right? Before I go to the system and show you, I think let's just cover this part a little bit. Now, this is how, these are the main use cases for ODP, okay? Or ODQ, whatever you can say. ODQ is the delta queue for ODP, right? Again. Now, see the strategy here. SAP wants to maintain one delta queue, one global delta queue called ODQ for different kinds of data sources. We call them providers in ODP framework terminology. All these. Now, what does this mean? Now, let me try to explain that. Okay. Let's say I have a SAP, let's say I have a SAP S4 system, just to imagine. Okay. I have a SAP S4 source system. In that S4 source system, of course, I will have a global operational delta queue, right? ODQ. In that, to the ODQ, this ODQ can be fed by different kind of data sources. Okay. Same, the same or the global ODQ can be fed by different kind of data sources within S4. All these are possible. Okay, how all these are possible? Data source extraction. This is the regular 2LIS underscore 11 underscore VITM. That's also there in S4 system. ODP, the data source that will feed, that will give data, that will feed data to this ODQ delta queue. Okay. Then next one, ABAP CDS views. Now, ABAP CDS view is a new type of view in S4 HANA. Correct? Let's say this is our extractor. We have now ABAP CDS views. ABAP CDS views are new type of CDS, new type of views available in S4 HANA. If you create the extractor on top of CDS view, okay, the delta for the extractor also will go to the same ODQ, ODQ space. I'll show you how to do this, how to create an extractor on CDS view. Don't worry. Okay. Then let's say, again, every S4 has a BW component, like every ERP has a BW component. Let's say you are running a BW for HANA in S4 HANA or BW in S4 HANA. Okay. In S4 HANA, you do not have BW for HANA, you will have BW 7.5 components. Okay. From there, you can also have a data source exposed, like a ADSO, right? Or as a source. That delta queue will also come here to same ODQ. Then you have SLT and the two more left, SLT and HANA information view. Again, you can have a SLT server installed in the same S4 system. SLT means the system landscape transformation. Okay, it's a trigger-based replication mechanism which replicates S4 tables into delta queue, possibly. Any S4 table can be replicated to a delta queue using SLT, correct? Next one, HANA information view, right? Let's have one more flow. What is HANA information view? This S4 system has a HANA DB, right? Potentially, you can create a HANA calculation view or analytical view or attribute view in that HANA DB, correct? Those views can also be used as source to feed data to ODQ. So you have got one ODQ in this particular example, we are looking at one ODQ, global ODQ in the S4 system that can get data from these 5 different various providers. We call them providers. Yes. So ODP is a natively inbuilt extraction framework in the ERP system. Whether it's ERP or S4HANA doesn't matter. SLT is a different server altogether. Okay, when it's a server, it's a different software component. You don't get SLT by default in any ERP or S4 system. You have to install SLT separately into S4. SLT is a real-time replication mechanism. It is not a part of S4 or ERP system. Okay, it's a different software component that you can install in a ERP system or S4 to enable triggering, trigger-based replications. But ODP is an inbuilt native extraction mechanism available in all the ERP and S4 systems. Because you will not see for example, in ODP you will find the LIS extractors, VITM, VSDR, VCITM. SLT, there's nothing there. SLT will here you will replicate raw tables like from ERP or S4 you can replicate VBAK. Yes, IS7 you see that, but in what I'm saying in BW for HANA is known RS7. Delta Q is one, but subscribers can be different here, the consumers. RS7 also was a target client base, by the way. Data is same. If you multiple BW subscribes or multiple BW do initialization, it creates multiple queues, right? The RS7. Same thing here also. But RS7 only was used to get delta queues from extractors, right? Extractors. You will never get delta queues from above CDS view or SLT or HANA views. The point is that all the various possible delta queues now come into one framework called ODQ, and you can monitor all of them into ODQ transaction. And we'll go to a system, I'll show you everything, so you'll get more clarity on that.
Okay.
Let me complete this diagram. So yeah, so the idea here is that you have only one delta queue which can be fed from different sources, right? Then these are called these are called delta queue data provider. Then from delta queue somebody will subscribe or consume the data like a target system, right? These are the possible target systems. Okay, we know BW, right? We're talking about BW, like this one can be BW for HANA, can pull data from the delta queue, right? SAP SDI can also go and pull data from the delta queue. Even SAP data services can utilize the same ODQ delta queue to pull data. Okay, and if I'm trying to access if the same delta queue or same data source is being initialized by three sources, you will see three different requests in the ODQ. I will show you that. Hold on for a second. Okay, I'll show you how it will look like in the ODQ monitor. So try to understand the change here, right? ODQ is ODQ is a global a thing like that. It's a global or central delta queue repository. You can use, it's up to you. For example, let's say if it's trigger based, my BW, I don't want to pull it all the time. It will fit in the delta queue here. See, the difference is that if you are working on native HANA, you don't need ODQ there. SLT can replicate tables. We are working on BW for HANA. There you have to replicate your data source. Remember, you cannot directly take it to table, right? BW for HANA, you have to take the data from the source to your data source to ADA source. You have to get it through a data source, like PSA data source, DTP. Again, there is no PSA in BW for HANA, but there is a PSA like a data source structure table, right? That is why it needs to come to your ODQ. Without that, you can't get it to BW for HANA. We'll go to the ODQ monitor screen. Don't guys, give me a second. So this is the basic idea. I think I'm going to show you there so you can discuss more. Let's go to the ODQ monitoring screen. That's called operational delta queue monitor. No more ISS7, new transaction code called ODQ mon. Okay. So if we go to ODQ mon, so we have got this ECC SLT system in our lab. You can utilize that to look at ERP system and ODQ mon. So if you go to ODQ mon, now this is how it looks like. It's a better screen than ISS7. Okay. Now, there are a lot of things going on here. Let's see one by one. Now, you can filter. So these are all the queues, right? You can filter what you want to see. You can filter by providers. All the providers I showed you in that diagram, left side, you can filter which providers you are interested from. If you're only interested to see the providers, see the delta queues that are being populated from BW data sources, you can choose this, right? If you want to see the delta queues that are being populated from SAP SLT, you can choose this, right? It's going to come unfiltered, correct? Now, similar way, then you also have option to select the subscriber type. Now, provider, subscriber. Provider is your, so provider basically is your, this one, left side. Subscriber is my, or consumer is my right side, right? Now, here I can go and see what all is coming to BW, correct? I can go and put a filter here, like which all are requested from BW, right? You can do filtering on like this. Now, also you have the ability to go and select deltas, init, full loads, lot more things. Only where you have the, I think let's go back to that extractor. I think, yeah, it doesn't change anything. You can do real-time replication for via ATM, right? Now,
Okay.
here you go. Direct access not allowed. Streaming can only be triggered by this source. Nothing has changed. That's what I'm saying. From developers' point of view, nothing has changed how the data is going to come to BW. Things which changed is from a source point of view and repeat delta, how to retain delta. Those things have changed a little bit. Okay, let's go back here. Now you see what you see here is all these BW data sources, right? If I just take this out, it might be easier. Let's just make it all. Now you see provider BW data sources, queue from these extractors. For example, cost center element. Okay, looks like you can just look at this. This means the queue is active. Somebody has already done some delta loads or initialized loads or whatever. Okay, delta queue is active. Now you see subscription 3, request 4. That means there are 3 subscribers to this data delta queue. Okay, 3 different systems probably subscribed, or it can be 3 different systems or 3 different objects in one system. Either way. Okay. Now if you double click this one, you go and see. Now what do you see? The subscriber name, that is DB2 client 100. This is our BW for HANA system. DB2 client 100. I think this is our this one, the BW for HANA system. The technical name for that. Also, you see the DTP who is subscribing this. Okay, and how many requests are available. Okay, is this real time? No. Okay, and so there are some last TSN. So TSN means the request numbers basically. Nowadays, the request numbers in BW for HANA and also in BW 7.5 are no longer numbers. They are timestamp in BW as well. Okay, they are timestamp. So if you click one of these again, let's say you go and click this one. Yes, you can see it says this one has taken 2 and this is 1. No, so okay, if I go inside here, give me a second. Okay, now here if you see, okay, yeah, this is a request number, you're right. This is request number 2 from here, 1 from here. It is possible that one either might have got cleaned up because of the cleanup service that is running, possibly. That might be a reason that why we don't see all the 3 here possibly. Okay, one might have got cleaned up because of the automatic cleanup job that runs to clean up requests after a particular time period, possibly. I'm not too sure why is the third one. You are right. Let's see. Or do I have to go and change this to all? Okay, here we go. Sorry, add a filter here, right? So now the thing where there's a DTP coming blank, right? You see the DTP is not even there in this particular request. Let's go back here. So these 2 are 2 different DTP. See, the 2 different DTP from the same system, 2 different objects of the same system, right?
Yeah.
2 different target objects of the same system. Now the blank one, let's see what is the blank one. Okay, so these 2 are delta init. That makes sense. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out this blank one. What does this blank one means now? See, it looks like these 2 are init requests going to getting consumed by 2 different DTPs. Okay, the same DTP getting the init request, and these are delta requests, lower bound and upper bound. Okay, that's why the lower bound and upper bounds are there. Here there is no lower bounds because initialization load, and there's a delta snapshot full. but there should be a DTP who has initialized this, right? Somebody should have initialized before it can come here, right? And I don't know what happened to DTP information. There's something, where I'll show you something on cleanup. So there's some rules for cleanup. I wonder if something has got cleaned up and it's still showing it. But you're right, I don't see any DTP for these two requests. Two different initializations. See, to the two different DTPs, these two are fine. Okay, two different DTPs. They have initialized this queue, and they are getting delta data. See, this is the delta innate. No, so everybody will have initial delta, right? All DTPs that you see as subscription, they will have an initial delta, then they will have initial delta load, then you have delta. Okay, let's say C5CF. Okay, okay, you are saying that it's showing the same thing again in the C5CF. Okay, this one is not showing up there. You guys are saying, right? No, I see your point. What you are saying actually, the DTP name is not showing at all in this box. Let's see one more example. Okay, I just chose this random. Let's see what you can find out a bigger one. Let's say this one. Let's see what's happening in this one. Line item 1218. Okay, so there are, okay, this one has 3 different subscriber now. Okay, 3 different BW systems: BWR, DV2, BWH. So let's go to one of them, the bigger one, BWH 21F. Okay, and the 21F is not even there here. There's a 4U. Okay, this is there. This is a initial delta load. Okay, this is also initial delta load. There's a fail. There's a repeat delta. It changes the DTP name even here. 4U, 3J4U. See, the thing is that it's supposed to be like this. You got it initialized, right? For this one initialization, right? You get initialized delta, then you see delta loads from the same DTP. But for some of them, so I know there's a cleanup job that comes to clear them, but I don't know if somebody cleared some things or this is just, because it looks like the only thing that it looks like in this environment is that when there's a delta job, it's not showing the DTP name altogether. Looks like the DTP name that comes up, okay, even it's not coming up in the initial delta sometime. Yeah, I think maybe that might we can do it, but we have to go and then post records, right, for delta. That's the problem. How would I do this? I'm going to find this out. How about we talk? Let me do this offline, and then I can show you tomorrow. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go. Let me try to do that offline, and tomorrow we'll have a clean request. I'll show you how the sequence. Okay, that should be easier than we spend time creating sales order in this class. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's just park this point here to see how it's getting created. I'm going to try to initialize some of them offline, and we'll have a history. Okay, how it goes, and then I can probably explain it a little better. I don't know when this was done. They might have done a long time back, or their training systems. Okay, we have some of sales document as well, item data. I think what it's doing, I guess, is that it's showing the last DTP pool probably in this particular subscription request. See, it's possibly showing the last, if there are multiple DTPs have been used for initialization, right? It's in this particular screen, since it's combining everything, and it's just showing you the last DTP 623. Or if you go K to JT, Now, okay, it shows the previous one now, K2JT. Okay, basically it's again showing me, if I click any of them, I guess it's just showing me all of, these four again here and with some blank, which were probably the delta in it. Anyways, let's just park this one. I'll let me figure out, maybe I'll try to do a fresh one and we'll see. And if I can do a fresh one, or I can find out a fresh one, we can do a fresh one in the class tomorrow. We don't want to figure out how to go and create it. And that yes, and there is V3 jobs. There is V2 jobs. There are V3 jobs. Nothing has changed from that point of view as well. Once you have this request, then you can double click these ones, okay, and get go into the request, and you can see more information about this request, the number of rows it pulled, the size, like you could do in ISS7. You can even see the record now, the rows, the data rows from here. I'll figure one out. I'll just need to find out the sequence on what happened, or I'm going to delete this completely from this one, and we'll go and do it. Because these were a little bit older requests, I guess, and we'll try to find. I'll find the sequence and I'll let you know. Okay. So let's go back. For a second, ODQ, and okay, so this ODQ monitoring, this ODQ screen, basically this is, you do the similar task as you go and do in ISS7. Okay, you can go and look at your delta queues, you can go and look at the status of the delta queues, which are pulled, which are not pulled, which are failed, which are ready for repeat, which are not. Okay, the difference now is that in delta queue, the old ISS7 delta queue, the delta queue used to be cleared after your repeat delta, right? Like once the delta has been pulled and you pulled it again successfully, second time, the old delta request gets cleared, but in here they will not get cleared. There are some cleanup jobs that needs to be scheduled to clean up the older and successfully scheduled jobs from this delta queue. Yes, actually it's showing you all the DTPs from the first screen basically, and some blank ones. I need to find out the sequence. These are all, see, 1, 2, 3, 4. These all are listed here as well. So again, that's why there's so many requests people have created, maybe multiple initializations, multiple deltas. So I think we can go for a start with phase one to see how it's sequenced, because this is a initialize only. This is not delta even. And if you go and double click this one, again, this is one more initialization. So you see the number of records exactly same. Okay, these are different initialization runs. See, by different DTPs, there are different initialization runs are happening basically. Okay, this one looks like a delta. Yeah, so this one looks like a delta, and delta has been faced this many times. Okay, with 4 rows, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2 rows. And you can click any of these to see the data. Anything else? I know I'm not able to clarify the sequence. Let me do the first one, because there are a lot of things is screwed up because of multiple initialization and delta. We just need to find a sequence. I'll let you know that. Yes, I'll try to make a flex example, or I'll try to find out. I'll try to explain one of them cleanly. Okay, I'll find a one which looks proper. Yes, I can try, but I can't do everything. You have to understand. Okay, we can't just get stuck for 2 classes on the ODQ, right? I'll show you. Don't worry, I'll show you how much I can. Then we have to run this class for 100 hours at least. But anyway, it's my fault. I'm going to try to find a clean one. I'll try to give you a sequence. Yeah, but these are theories. I'm not going to show you every theory I'm showing you, right? It's not possible. I can't show you all these things. Actually, the problem is that I can only show you 2 DSO. We don't have a HANA SDI. We don't have their services. Okay. Yes, we can go and do that. 2 DSOs, that's fine. We can handle 2 DSO, because I don't have access to their services or SDI to show those scenarios, right? I can show you how HANA information views are coming. So, for example, the 12S11 VIT, right? For example, if you go here, let's just go back to the BW system, right? Let's just go back to any of our BW system. We can go to BW for HANA. From a DTP and transformation point of view, there is not much change. It's similar. The only thing is that sorry, we have to go to Studio. I'm sorry. The only thing is that you do not have info packages. There's no PSA table. Okay, there are no info packages. So if you exactly go to this extractor, for example, if we go to okay, let's just okay. Since the other point is that you will not see info packages here, right? Even if I go to my VA ITM and we know that it's been pulled, but you don't see VA the info packages or anything to try right now, just to load PSA. You can't just load PSA to prove the point, right? You have to create a ADSO first, a data target, and create a transformation to the data source and DTP to be able to pull data from the data source. And previously, you could just trigger the info package, load the PSA, right? We don't need to create DSOs. But now you have to have a data target, which is a ADSO at least. So I think we should have some examples here. The point you're asking. Let's see. Yeah, this is a perfect example. Now, this is the ADSO, Z underscore sales. See, look at the transformation. It says it's being pulled from 2LIS underscore 11 via ATM. T90 is our ERP system, right? That is not that. You can only see the things that in the data provisioning here or the data source, you only see data sources. There is no info package, no transformations up, down. If you create a ADSO, then you will have a downward flow, right, to the data source. If you create a composite pointer, you will have an upward flow to the from the ADSO, right? Yeah. For example, the point is that what I'm saying is that in the data source, data provisioning section, you do not see any info, any DTP or transformation link here from here. Okay, you see it when you come to the BW repository, our info areas or our ADSOs. You can do the data flow in that point of view, I believe. But you don't see in this particular view. That's what we're talking about. The view is different. This view is different, and this view is different. Okay, the views are different. From here, you can, from an ADSO, you can drill down, but from here, you don't see the data source. You only see the transformation that is linked with the data source. Okay, from here, you don't see the transformation on DTP. Now, if you go and do the explore data flow, right click and explore data flow. I know, but it does not show you ADSOs. Let's see if I can, if there are ADSOs, hopefully. This is called data flow object. This is not the same data flow that we had in BW before. This is a new object called data flow. So either it's not linked to anyone or anything. Let's see how far it was gone. Normally this arrow will show you if it has any upflow. Okay, I think it might. So in the point was in the source system view. Okay, now it shows up from here. In the old days, in the source system tab ISS7, you would see the info packages and upflow right in here. You will not see that from here. Okay, yeah, you can do this one to see the linkage. But this is called data flow object, not the same as the data flow. Just the data flow view in the old systems basically. You see there are some more objects mentioned here. You can create a complete new data flow using this. A complete new data flow, like a fresh data flow from this screen. We'll cover this later. This is a transportable data flow object. Now from here, as I told you, in this screen you don't see the data source, okay, as well. But you can see, of course, you can go and do a right click and the data flow to view that in this window. But if you see the DTP is exactly similar to the old DTPs, right? These are exactly, all the tabs are there, all the functions are there. You will trigger loads using this. So in the same way, like info package used to do initialization and delta, right? Same info package can be used for initialization and delta. The same way you can do initialization and delta with the DTP. So everything that used to be done by info package has been changed to DTP. So there's no point of info packages anymore. Okay, and since we don't have a PSA table at all, right? We don't have a PSA table. Like there is a PSA table, but we don't load data there. So there's no point of info packages. You can use DTPs to pull data. So anyway, so the point is that I think somebody was asking, this is how we pull data from 2LIS underscore 11 underscore via ATM, right? We'll go and discuss about these things, transformations and ADSOs later. Okay, excuse me. how to create transformations, how to create DTPs, and how to load data. Over here, again, I think we discussed this yesterday that there is no way we can change the data in PSA. SAP wants us to fix the data in the source. For example, most of the time it's like foreign characters, right? So some kind of foreign characters that we get and they get impacted. In that case, you go and do the right thing, go change ISKZ or go install the language package in BW to allow those things from source. So basically, there is no way you can change the data after it comes to BW. But I thought that you catch the wrong records, then you fix some things, not change records. You fix a transformation or something, change your logic, then you load them. Where are the error stacks? Error handling, do we have error stacks here? So if we can change the error stack, then the PSA changes are not. Then maybe this is the way SAP wants to do. I'm not too sure. Then maybe this is the way SAP wants us to do change. But you have to enable error stack, right? If you don't enable error stack, then you can't capture them. Load will fail. Right, but I think don't you need to enable the error handling error stack? But the question was in PSA, it will come and if it fails, you can easily go and change it. But you can't change anything in the PSA anymore. Maybe this is what you guys are saying. Maybe error stack might be a way to change the records, but you have to enable error stack for all your DTPs. See that you guys have, when you work in a project, error stack is enabled for DTPs by default in your projects. Yeah, but in that case, you have to enable the error stack for every DTP, right? Or that you want to change. Maybe this is the way you can change you can perform the PSA record changes that you guys could do possibly. That might be on the option. Yeah, why not? So I spoke about that operational delta queue cleanup, right? We discussed how to clean up. So this is how we can clean up. By default, there is a job schedule, okay, called ODQ underscore cleanup, okay, and that job will clean up the operational delta queue with some rules, basically, okay. If you read here, the main purpose of this job is to go and delete the confirmed and cancelled requests. That means the requests which are taken and which are rejected or cancelled, basically, right? And by default, it says 24 hours. Okay, 24 hours is the default value for that, and there's a job that can be scheduled from SM37. The program name is called ODQ underscore cleanup, or you can call that program basically from here. Go to reorganize delta queue. Okay, this is the same program, ODQ underscore cleanup. And there are some things here, we'll go through this. Okay, the job is not scheduled for the system for some time. No periodical reorganizations not scheduled. You can do a simulation run as well for this job. Okay, now there are some things you have to do some settings before you can go and execute the job or schedule the job, basically, right? Let's see what kind of rules we have to go and follow. Okay. Again, the ABAP code is ODQ underscore cleanup. So the main thing here is the retention period here, right? Now, what kind of retention periods you want to specify, or what is the default retention period to delete your delta queue data, right? The first one is recovery. Now, recovery is nothing but your repeat delta. Okay. So till how much time you will have your repeat delta mechanism available. In our old system, I guess, when you do the next successful delta, the old delta goes away. The old delta queue or old data that goes away, right? Now, if you see this particular retention period, okay. Now, this is the minimum retention period for data in the queue tables that is flagged as retrieved or cancelled. Any delta that is successfully retrieved or being cancelled, the minimum retention period is specified in here. By default, it's 24 hours. It's like our repeat delta, right? Isn't that repeat delta only available till the next successful delta run? Similarly, this particular setting will allow you to keep the previous data which is successfully retrieved or cancelled. Okay. Once this period has expired, all the data flagged as retrieved or invalid is deleted from the delta queue. Okay. By the periodic job. If the job is scheduled, it's going to clean up those things. Anyway, if the job is not scheduled, there is no point of these timelines. The timelines only come into picture when the job is scheduled and this is green, or you do manual run basically. Yes, let's say I take a request and the request is red. Okay, or I make it manually red. So these are called cancelled requests, right? These are not going to successfully show as basically these are my rejected requests. I'm telling the system that I don't need these delta requests, or the system knows that I'm not going to pull them in the future. So that is the meaning of this. What do you call that? Rejected, cancel, or what? Is that scenario where we make let's say some job is running for some longer time, I guess, right? We go and make it red or something. In that case, you will repeat the delta again, right? In our scenario, if it goes red, we'll repeat the delta again. That will come as a green request, right? But this red request will be clear, not that like, so the next green request still will be there. See, this red request will be gone actually from the subscription or whatever screen you saw. You can still do until the system knows that you have successfully pulled a delta request, is not going to mark it as complete, right? If some requests are being rejected or read, they also will be there in the delta queue. This is why you would delete them, and sometimes there are so many of them, and there is all these ODQ monitor, all these things you see that takes place. Pointer in the ODQ mon. What exactly is that? Like, I thought from ODQ mon, is the data gets transferred to delta Q, right? Sorry, from the SMQ, the data gets transferred to delta Q. Not required in the ODP framework, but to answer your question, so SMQ, see, if your data is not gone from SMQ1 in the old ISA7, the data will not be there in delta Q, right? Once the data is there in the delta Q and successful pull, SMQ1 is anyway cleared. SMQ1 doesn't get stay, right? No, in this ODP framework, there is no SMQ1. There's no SMQ outbound or whatever you call this, the SMQ1. Everything comes here. Outbound QRFC, right? Something like that. Yeah, whatever those are. So those things are not available anymore. But anyway, just think this particular option as your recovery for successful or your failed delta load, right? And if you have by default 24-hour, if you want to feel more comfortable to keep for longer time, you can do it. But don't make it bigger time periods. Otherwise, you will get notification from your ERP team because it takes space. No, the point is that let's say you have a delta running, right? It's getting successful. Today is successful, right? Now, once it's successful, it will be marked in the ODQ that it's successful. After 24 hours, this successful load will be cleared, right? Yeah. Now, let's say tomorrow one more delta came and that failed. Okay, that failed. You will also have a row for the failed request in the ODQ1. That failed request will get rated, but but system knows that the main request has not got successful yet. Yes, because system knows, that's why it says now it has to flag that this is a retrieved request. You will not get a flag of retrieved request for that delta data. It failed. It's just basically that if I'm telling 10, hundreds of thousands, it's going to clear them as well. Those 100 requests. But after 100 requests, you will still have 101 which will be successful, right? Oh, okay, let's see. I have not seen it, but I'm sure you can see these things. Give me 1 second. We'll go there. Let me just see the first. Let me try to see if I can answer the first question. I think this is how you know. As far as I understand, this box. Maybe this is the extraction request status. This is also says confirmed, right? Possibly these are your requests. These are your indicator that this is gone. And I'm sure we saw something which has failed out. What about this one? Maybe this one possibly. I don't know. I have not seen that. I'm just trying to figure out now. Maybe this is the one possibly. Okay. Maybe this is the one. I don't know which requests are. Let's see the bigger one just to see if there are failed ones I can find out. No, I think everything looks green in this as well. Okay, so maybe this column, maybe this is the successful extraction. This is not yet extraction. Maybe you'll see a red mark here, right? If it is extracted and failed. frankly, I do not monitor these things, so I don't know much. Okay, so there are two more things called data with low relevance, data with average relevance. Okay, now what are these two things? Now the thing is that all delta requests, by the way, we don't set low or medium relevance for any delta queue or in any data request, right? Its system does it automatically. For all the delta requests, they're always high relevance. Okay, all the delta queue, all the delta enabled requests, they're always high request, so they will never follow in this two timeline. Okay, now data with low and average relevance gets cleared in 10 days and 31 days, even if they are not pulled. Okay, now what are these requests? I guess what kind of request comes into the picture for low one? If you see, for data with low relevance, they are going to be deleted even if it's not been retrieved. There is a relevance means basically, let's say you did a kind of a full load or initialized load. Those will be, I think it's there ahead. Those will be okay. Here you go. Classification of relevance of data. Data that has not yet been retrieved and is business critical is never automatically deleted by the reorganization process. At present, the system does not make any relevance related distinction of data. So delta is always high relevance. Okay, no chance of getting clear. Okay, all data in the delta queue is always considered as high relevance, and therefore they will not get deleted because of particularly high volume expected data from delta initialization request, init request and standard request. Standard request possibly will be your let's say full loads or some snapshot loads, right? They will fall under the low relevance. We don't specify anything. System does it automatically, because the point is that if you do a full load and you have not retrieved it for the next 31 days, right? As for this one or this 10 days, it's going to get cleared, and you can set it up differently. And if you, for example, if you did an initialization load and you have not retrieved it successfully up, after 10 days, it also gets cleared. And the other thing is that system has to do this because the ODQ month sometimes grows quite big. We do an initialization and we're not, we are not just pulling anything up. Now, what is the benefit of doing it? Let's say I did an initialization, for example, right? And I'm not pulling it for the next 6 months. My delta queues goes bigger and bigger, basically. So it's going to clear the initialization load. If it clears the initialization load, then what happens? Then your delta queue also goes with that. Even if the delta queue is not pulled, right? If it clears the initialization load, delta queue also go. Because the point here is to make sure that delta queue does not go bigger and bigger, by mistake even. Because these impacts your ERP performances. And these all can be customizable. You can change anything you want. And you can schedule the job, or even you can do a simulation, as you see from here. You can do a simulation to see how many requests fall under this category. And as I told you, if any initialization loads are deleted, delta queue also goes away with that. The thing is that a delta queue cannot basically stay without the initialization load, right? It needs to know the initial pointer. So this is about your ODQ. This is a new thing. Basically, we don't have to do anything in ISO 7. So this is a new thing. So very important to know how to manage. And I think this is, of course, quite critical for support point of view. I don't come and see a lot on this screen, so I'm not able to tell you exactly how these things work, basically, or exactly what color or how they work. But I will definitely tomorrow we'll go through that. We'll find out the initialization and delta, how it looks like from here. I'm also curious to know what exactly going on with this request. I'm going to do something. I'll find a new source or something, and I'll find two AD source. We'll do some initialization to see exactly. Okay. So again, this is just part of the ODP. There are more things to cover. Okay, in ODP, more interesting things. Let's move on. Okay. Let's see which one we want to cover now. Okay, I have a SAP guide also. I'll tell you about that. Data provisioning. Okay, let's take this simple thing. Now, remember, we can create custom extractors, Z extractors in ACC, right? Now, those Z extractors also in the past used to be SAPy. service API extraction mechanism, isn't that? Now, nowadays, there is no SAP support. SAP is not supported. Then what to do? What changes needs to be done during the creation of the Z extractor, right? You need to know that. So pretty simple. You guys can follow this document again. This tells you how to create a Z extractor. If you guys know that, you can skip through first few sections. Okay. It's a simple Z extractor on a table or view, possibly. We are doing it here. The main thing I wanted to show you is that once you are done with the Z extractor, like here, sorry. So this is the extractor, right? This is the extractor created on a Z VBA table, right? Now, once you are done with that, you go to something called, you go to a program called RODPS_OS_expose. The aim here is to expose this extractor, the Z extractor, for ODP framework. If you do not do this expose, your extractor will be there, it's active, you won't see it under source system. That's where I'm going. We go to this program, of course, you go to SC38, right? In SC38, you go and search for this program. The name is RODPS_OS_expose. Okay, this is the program. You run this program and you put your Z extractor name that you created, correct? And you release it for ODP. If you do release, it's going to release this for ODP extraction mechanism. You can also do delete to roll back. If you do not, so this is a very critical step. If you do, because a lot of people create the, because the creating the extractor is the same process, no difference, but it will not show you in ODP source system at all if you do not do this step. Now again, CDS view comes in S4 only, right? Now again, if CDS view is there, of course that's SAP's future. CDS view, they are putting focus to extract from CDS view, nothing else. But problem with that, there are there are not a lot of standard CDS views available, correct? Second thing is that you need to create CDS view. For that, you need to know the syntax and everything, the CDS view creation. But if you can create CDS view, that should be the choice to go. Okay, so now, so this is a simple thing, but people do a lot of mistake in this one. So I thought, I'll just let you know, and there's a documentation also we have. Pretty simple, nothing, rocket science here. Just expose this to ODP. Then you come, and again, question is, sometime I get a question, how do I see it? Same process, go to data source. See, go to data source here, right? In our studio, right? Go to data source tab, go to ODP, then exactly the same thing, right click, do replicate. You have to replicate same way, old way. The next thing is let's go to the CDS view. It's quite interesting, and I am using SAP documentation here because I found this documentation quite handy to go through. The CDS view is not my documentation, but it's quite well laid out. Above CDS views are only available in S4 system. These are new core data services views. If you have S4 system, then you can only utilize these views to pull data to BW for HANA. Let's see some basic things here first. I'll just go through this one. And we do, by the way, guys, we do have a S4 system in the lab. That is this one. You can also go and use the standard CDS views to pull data to practice if you want. I'll show you how to do that. Okay. This is a little bit of older document, but everything still is valid. Okay. Now here is at least if you see the strategy behind the CDS views. Now, in S4 HANA, okay, SAP did a big change in S4 HANA, right? They, like BW for HANA, S4 HANA is a big change. They have completely revamped ECC. Okay, if you go and listen to the speeches in TechEd, they say that they have deleted thousands and thousands of tables now from ECC. Okay, for example, simple example, if you know in ECC from material master, starting from Mara, there used to be different tables. Like Mara is the main material master, then there's a sales view, then there was some other views for material master, right? The point now is that they want to keep one base table and create different views, CDS views for different transaction codes. Again, this is aligning to something close to our LSA plus architecture in BW that we discussed. Not exactly applying there, but have one master table. Do not repeat repeat the data, or do not duplicate the data in different tables like they have in ECC. Have one master table. Create different views for different purpose, right? So CDS views are CDS views are the SAP's future views for basically three main things. Okay, CDS views. The aim of the CDS views are three different things. Number one, CDS views are used in S4 environments for your transaction screens, right? The regular transaction screen, the VA01, 02, 03, whatever. The same CDS view are used also in the S4 HANA for operational reporting. Then SAP has also exposed or enabled. So SAP has also enabled some of those CDS views for BW extraction, or they call it as for the purpose of BW extraction or analytical reporting, right? So if you clearly see, the aim is to use one CDS view for different purpose of this different purpose in the ECC as well as in the BW environment. Why is this better? Because they can, when they update the view, the transaction screens gets updated, the operational reporting can get updated, BW data pool can also get updated. That's the idea. Again, there's a lot of CDS views for transactions and operational reporting, but some CDS views are only exposed to BW or data loads right now. You won't get CDS views for everything right now from SAP. And there's some standard CDS views as well, right? So which can be used to pull data to BW. Now, again, this is the diagram. If you see table, on those tables, you have CDS views and only CDS views which are enabled for extraction. I'll show you how to identify those things. CDS views which are enabled for data extraction can be fed to the ODP framework and ODQ, and they can be either directly accessed to the towards the BW for HANA system, or can be pulled as full load or delta load to the BW for HANA system and staged. Again, OpenODS view, we'll discuss about this. This is the BW for HANA object, which is used for virtual reporting, direct access. You can use OpenODS view on top of a CDS view extractor to directly access data, or ADSO to stage data from S4 system. So the aim here is that at least SAP's longer term roadmap is to start using CDS views as extractors for everything, and use less and less BW extractors. But again, the BW extractors are still there. Remember one thing, in S4 environment, the BW extractors, ODP extractors like 2.11_VITM is still there. The view extractors which SAP has blacklisted, okay, and I think that's what I was telling you, that there is SAP note which they keep on updating that note with extractors which are not available for ODP with the data source usage. Your LIS extractors are there, some of the FI extractors are there, but there are some extractors which are not available to pulled from S4 environment using the ODP data source framework. For those, you have to use CDS views. Now, why that happens? Because since SAP has been changing all these table structures, some extractors which were going to obsolete tables, they will not work. Okay, and there is a SAP note I can give you guys if you want, or if you type in Google, you'll find it. Just find out S4 HANA blacklisted extractor, they call them. So let's move on a little bit. Again, the point is that the CDS views, the CDS views, they will be routed through the ODP framework, okay, or ODQ as well. And again, one more thing also, the CDS views are of course the core data services view. You have to go and create a data source using those views to be able to pull data. You can't just tap into those views directly to pull data. You have to go and create a data source on top of the CDS views to be able to pull data. That data source, when you create that data source, that data source and source system come into ODP CDS, this folder. There's some minimum system requirements and everything. It has been changing, but anyways. So this is example of a CDS view. Like this is not the complete CDS view, but this is kind of, we call in the CDS view term, we call them annotations. Okay. We call them annotations. Okay. Now, so this is okay. Now, first of all, if you want to look at a CDS view, I think there is a CDS view there at the end. Okay, this is how a CDS view looks like. Again, this is a new kind of coding syntaxes. You have to take help from your S4 team to get the CDS view or change CDS views. It's basically saying that there are some annotations. It's saying that define the view, CDS view, and selecting from a table, getting the fields, and some more things as well. But the point is that this is a kind of example of a CDS view, right? In the CDS view, okay, these are called annotations. Okay, if a CDS view has got this analytics annotation, then only the CDS view can be utilized to pull data to BW. If a CDS view does not have this analytics annotation, you cannot use that view to pull data to BW. Furthermore, these analytic annotations, like it's kind of a metadata, it stores a little bit more information about the possibility of a BW data source. If you see this particular example, it says data category as fact. This means this can be a transactional data source. Okay, data extraction enabled, true. You can pull data, of course. Data extraction enabled, true. You can pull data, and delta is also possible because you have these two fields. If you don't have these two fields, then data extraction is possible, but delta is not possible. So let's go back to our starting of the document. I just want to show you that how it looks like. Again, this is a piece of that, right? We saw analytics, data extraction, delta by element, delta fields, and everything. And some of it is explaining all these things. What does all these things means? As I told you, data extraction enabled means you can pull data. There's some delta fields you can utilize, but again, you need help from your S4 team to help you that in this kind of coding or creating your own CDS views. I will show you standard CDS views which is available, okay, in the S4 system. Now, again, this is the document clearly explains everything to you. As I told you, this is explaining this thing again, saying this is this particular one. Okay, in this particular one, it's taking example of cost center activity type CDS view. We can go and look at that view. It's called cost center activity type master data I_cost center activity. And this particular CDS view is delivered part of the S4 HANA's virtual data model. Okay, and if you see here, and this is the starting lines of the CDS view. Again, it says analytics, data category, dimension, data extraction, enabled true, but there is no delta fields. That means this is a master data, only full loads are possible. Okay, this is the view name. I'll select from CSLA. This is the cost center table, I believe. Okay, I'll show you the system also. Now, this document exactly has all the step-by-step information, what you want to do. Okay, now to look into the CDS view or to look at the CDS view, okay, you have to go to the S4 HANA system. For example, if we go back to our S4 HANA system, which I think you have to add the S4 HANA system here. And again, how do you add a S4 HANA system? That's also a good question. For that, what you have to do is that, because these things we added as BW project, right? To add a S4 HANA system, you can't add that as a BW project. You have to go right-click new, same thing, right-click new and project. And S4 HANA is the ABAP system, so you choose this is a ABAP project. Okay, and put the S4 HANA system name. Once you do this one, it will go to again bring the same screen. You choose S4 HANA. So go to S4 HANA system, just log in. Of course, it looks way different than our BW system, right? There are system libraries, there are packages on everything. The best thing to find a CDS view is go and search, because I don't know how to navigate through. So I'm going to search my CDS view that I know. So what you do is This is search functionality. It's quite good. You don't have to search BW object. You have to search ABAP object now, right? This is a ABAP view. So what you do, you copy this one. I explains here as well. You see, the document says how to create a project. Then you go and copy this one here, whatever, and try to search in our S4 system to see if this standard content is available or not. If you see, it's finding the three things it found: access control. I think this is kind of a security object for this thing, and the data definition. But I will go to this one. I'm not too sure what is this one, but this is our CDS view. This D logo. Exactly, this is how the view looks like. This is my analytic annotation. Okay, and define view name, blah blah blah, from key tables, everything that you have in this particular view. Again, this is a SAP standard view. Now, if you see in this document, it tells you now go and find the view. You look at now when you find the view, then if you know that this particular annotation is there and data extraction is true, enabled true, then you can extract data to BW. You know that now. It is not yet. It might happen in future. Of course, now not, because CDS views are not that popular pulling data, and they are not. See, the thing is that you have to. There are not a lot of CDS views available which data can be pulled to. Okay, but in the future it might be when SAP stops using ODP extractors, right, from S4 HANA. And again, remember, if you don't have S4 HANA, you don't have CDS view at all, right? And in future, you might need to learn these syntaxes possibly. SAP stops ODP or ODP extractor, then maybe it's necessary. So, okay, we saw the thing. Now, as I told you, we have to go and create a data source manually, right? You can't just tap into CDS view and load it to BW. You have to go and create a data source. For that, we'll go back to our BW HANA project. Okay, we'll go back to our BW for HANA project and go to data sources. You will have, when the system is connected, you will have these things, the ODP CDS view and the source system like this. Now, in the source system, in the S4 source system, it's very simple. For example, the way to create a data source, what you do is basically, let me just go to an info area, any info area. Let's just go to non-assigned, right-click the info area, new data source. Okay, again, I'm in the S4 HANA's ODP contest. Okay, CDS ODP contest. Now I do next. Proposal from operational data provider. Fine. I'm going to search my CDS view here. Okay. So again, same thing. New extractor. Search it. Now, to search it, okay, you will not use this name to search like the way we did it in S4. You will not use this name to search the CDS view there. Instead of that, you will use the SQL view name from the CDS view to search in the BW for HANA. The SQL view name means what? This guy, IFICC type. Okay, so this is the SQL view underneath the ABAP CDS view. Okay, whose name is whatever we searched. So that you copy this one from here and go and search it in the BW project. CC, for example, account. Yeah, see, you see, there's few of the standard SQL views available, right? Already here. For example, this is the IFICC account TYP. This is this one, right? Cost center account type. You do have more cost centers available, right? Then you do next, and this is the name of the you can put a name of the data source. You can do anything you want, keep the same thing or change it like this, whatever. And since we know this is not a transactional data, it's a dimension, I'll keep this as master data attributes, right? And I'll do go and finish. This is simple. So if you see here, you get all your fields pulled from the CDS view automatically. The extraction mechanism here is ODP, okay? But the ODP context is ABAP core data services or ABAP CDS. And then you can create a info object and load this data. or ADSO and create transformation DTP to the data source and load it.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What type of data model is used in SAP BW for HANA? Option A, relational data model. Option B, dimensional data model. Option C, no, SQL data model. Option D, graph data model. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to level up your skills in managing supplies? Our SAP BW for HANA course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP BW for HANA, a toolbox for planning everything from product availability to distribution. Covering everything from basics to advanced techniques, this course is crafted by seasoned experts. Your teachers are industry pros, ready to guide you through every step and answer all your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful this course is. Just like you, many have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's budget friendly, so you can learn without breaking the bank. Ready to master SAP BW for HANA? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So ODQ Mon, I was saying we're going to, let's go back and look at ODQ. Did some new full loads and delta loads and new subscription in the ODQ Mon. Okay, so we can go and I can show you how exactly it is working. I tried with this using the 2LIS_11_ VIITM extractor. Okay, so what I did, I pulled this extractor to our BW for HANA system, also to BW on HANA system, right? So yesterday we were talking how we want to see from multiple subscriptions, right? And also I could get some delta loads. So let me show you what I did. So again, this is the 2LIS_11_ VIITM, and the number of subscription was 55 before. Now it is 57 because I added 2 new subscriptions. Now subscription means, but okay, if we step back, so queue. Now this, first thing is called queue. If you see this particular, kind of button. Now this is now grayed out because right now we are in the queue view. Queue means the extractors basically. Okay, one queue means one extractor, right? Delta queue extractor. Okay. Now if I double click this extractor, okay, I'll go and look into the subscriptions. So this is one queue, and these are the subscriptions it shows you here. A request is quite confusing. So for BW data sources, most of the time it's not the real number of requests here. It's just showing number of subscriptions at this page. But number of subscription 57 means how many DTPs, in a very simplistic term, how many DTPs are pulling delta from this extractor. How many DTPs, not how many requests. That means 57 times we have done initialize to different ADSOs to BW. This is what it means. 57 different times we have done init. Okay, so that's the subscription means. Also, one more thing also is that when you do a full load, okay, when you do a full load, basically it does not count as a subscription. Only delta loads are counted as subscriptions. To be very, if you go in detail, only delta loads are counted as subscriptions. Full loads doesn't count as subscriptions basically. So what it tells right now is that there are 57 different initializations have been done. So it was 55. So I added 2 new subscriptions. I told you I pulled it to BW for HANA and BW on HANA, 2 different systems. I will show you those two new, and you can go through a sequence. So if I now go and double click from here, now you see it's coming to a subscription page, right? The subscription is grayed out now. Okay, it's coming to a subscription page, right? And in here there is a filter. If you see here, right, it's only right now showing us subscriptions delta init plus delta. Okay. If you want to see the full loads, you can go and do without subscriptions, full. So these are the full loads. And why this is blank, I exactly do not know why blank. What I am thinking is that, see, there is no DTP information here. This is because maybe the DTPs are deleted or something from the BW system. I'm not too sure. Again, it's a test box, but I'm exactly not sure why these doesn't have DTPs. I think the DTPs are deleted or something happened to them. But the ones I tried, you always see the DTP information here. So I'm not too sure if anyone has deleted them or something. But let's go back to our delta init. So these are the delta inits. These are the delta init that those are done here. Okay. Now, again, this request is still confusing. It's not one request. It just shows one for one DTP. And again, this is not. Again, one more thing also is showing you the confusion here is that this is if you double click this one, okay, this always shows you the kind of last DTP from the source system, right? And if you want to go and see the request in that, you double click that. It again, it's not showing you that particular DTP only. It shows you all the DTPs for that particular source subscriber. Now, you see there is subscriber filter here. It's going to show you all the DTPs, not that, because we double click this particular DTP 33. You expect it's going to show you the request for that DTP, but it's not doing that. It's getting you all DTPs for that particular DB2 system only. So what I did was I created this DTP now, new in the BW for HANA that ends with 033. Okay. Then I did delta and couple of I did initialization and couple of deltas. Let's look at it, because you see the date is today. Okay, the TSN confirmed dates. If I again double click this one, now you see it's showing me my DTP plus others as well. A little bit confusing, but this is how it's working. It's showing you all the DTPs from that same BW system that is being subscribed. Okay, and again, this also by default always put a filter on delta init and plus delta. Okay, if you can do all, you see everything. More than that, much more than that. Now, what changed here? If you see, if I did all it, so if I do this filter, see the last request doesn't show me here. But if I go and change to all, it shows me one more request here, couple of more blank. Forget the blank ones, couple of more, because I did some full loads also. Okay, if you see, these are full loads. The last one it added because data snapshot full load. So just be aware of this filter. It always filters from delta by default. Okay, so the sequence I tried to load for this particular DTP. Okay, I first did let me show you the sequence so it will be more clear. Give me a second. Let me just go back to the right screen. RT, my units, my rows. If you want to show the units, rows, and everything, you have to check this one, calculate data volume. Okay, if you do calculate data volume, this checkbox gives you the number of records and everything. So what I did, this one, I started doing an initialization. This is my DTP, right? I did an initialize load first. You see, it picked up 73,245 records with 3 different units. Okay, and it was done today. It says initial data delta plus init. Then I did a couple of deltas without doing anything extra, new records in ACC, right? It didn't pick anything as you expect. Then I created some records. I could get some access to go and give us some access to go and create records because we wanted to see something. So I thought, let's do that as well. So excuse me, I created one sales order which had 4 items. Now you see this is the delta. Okay, and then also I did one more again to test. So this is one more delta, and you see it says delta, these are the delta request here. Now a few things to look at here. Okay, because I was trying to look everything in little detail this morning. Now there's something called a lower limit and higher upper limit. This is kind of your delta timestamp. TSN means your transaction sequential number or something like that. Okay, now when I did the first delta, so I did this delta at this time, let me just open this one. I did the first initialization at this time. Look at it. This is the first initialization. 17:29:11. This is CET time. Okay. Now, since it's initialized the delta initialization, so the system is saying that till this time delta has been taken, right? Next, I did a delta later, okay, but still look at the lower limit and higher limit still is the same thing, 17:29. It did not change. Now in ODP, if you are not picking any records, the delta time frame does not change for timestamp. It will be same timestamp as the initialization. If the queue doesn't have any records, again, see 17:29, 17:29. Now, when I did the real delta with 4 records, now my lower limit came back to 17:29, higher limit changed to the time I was doing delta pull. The next delta pull, see the lower limit goes back here from higher to lower, then the new higher limit. So this is quite a little bit of confusing, but this is how ODP works. If you pull 0 records, it does not update the timestamp along with that. So along with the delta loads, now you saw the delta loads. I also try to create a new DTP, right, to do the full load, because once I do delta, I cannot take full load from there, right? So for the same target ADSO, I created a new DTP to do the full load, just to show you that how it looks like. Again, full loads are without subscription. Okay, so maybe just see all. Now this one is the same target like this, but new DTP with full load. It pulled exactly same as the initial load, right? Init without initialization of delta, same records, right? Of course, there is no lower limit, upper limit. This is not a delta, right? And you see here it says it's a data snapshot. Okay, so see now how a particular DTP has different requests. Okay, now one thing to remember here is that in the old way, when we had SAP, okay, we had an info package. So only one initialization is possible, right? Only one initialization of a extractor is possible to a BW system. You cannot have multiple initializations. If you want to do initialization again, you have to delete the old initialization. But the good thing with ODP is that you can do multiple initialization within the same system using different DTPs. Of course, you have to create different ADSOs, right? But so subscription means, think of that, subscription means it's a key combination of BW system and DTP. Okay, I do not know that because let me tell you why I'm saying I do not know that. I don't know if there was a setup table there. I just pulled full. Maybe somebody has loaded a setup table. I have not checked that situation. One thing I want to correct myself when I said yesterday that the V3 jobs are no longer required, by the way. I was under the wrong impression. The V3 jobs can be scheduled. They run fine. Okay, they run fine, but they will not fail. But you don't need it. I'll show you that. You don't, because why you don't need V3 job for delta? Because the QRFC, the QRFC queues are no longer there. The outbound queues, right? The V3 jobs supposed to get data from the outbound queue to the delta queue. The outbound queues are no longer there. Application writes data to delta queue, the subscription queue directly. Something I didn't know that when I was doing it, I realized that today. Okay, so no more V3 jobs. So that's why I'm saying I can check that. I don't know if setup table is required or not. I was thinking till yesterday that setup table and V3 jobs are required, but since the V3 jobs are not required, I don't know if setup tables are required or not. I can check that. So, okay, let's go a little bit ahead. Now, you saw this is the sequence, right? And this is the subscription type. Basically, it says DTP. These are a blank. I guess the DTPs are deleted or something like that. I am not too sure. Okay, and these are old requests. I don't know what happened, but let's just see what happens when I do with the new request. Okay, now this guy ODPR, the composite request. Okay, this is coming from our BW DTP header, the monitor's header. Let's see if I can find that out again. Okay, if I click this one here, this is request. In the header, you see the request ID, the DTPR, this one. Okay, this is same. This is what is coming out at the composite request here. The problem a little bit that you might face if you compare, this time is this ECC is in CET, BW is in IST, Indian time. So be careful in the timestamps to compare. See, that's one of the pain to just go and compare everything. And one more thing you can do also, think so the DTP name, correct? So this is the DTP name. This is the, think that this is the subscription description, composite request description. You can turn on the technical name as well for these. Technical name will always show you the timestamp. See, change to timestamp now. The timestamp the request was created. So if you do so, turn on the technical name, it shows the timestamp. Now, see, the timestamp is still there here somehow, but the DTPs are no longer, the DTP description, it doesn't show anymore. So I don't know if there's a case that they are deleted. Maybe that's what I'm guessing. Okay,
so this is the ECC on HANA system.
This is the ECC.
Okay, ECC is on HANA.
No. This is the ECC on HANA. Yes, sorry. Yes.
Okay. So when
but I don't think there's any difference between ECC on HANA without HANA on ODQ Mon.
Okay. First, if your ECC is on a regular database, would it still have ODQ Mon?
Yes, absolutely yes. ODQ Mon is the ECC feature that it doesn't depend upon HANA. ODP, see, ODP and ODQ. Okay, so during the migration, when you go to the migration section, the next section, you'll find out that what the migration tool, what it does, is going to automatically convert the SAPI to ODP, right? Because BW for HANA doesn't have SAPI support. SAPI to ODP, and it's going to clone the delta queues, so you'll not lose any delta. The idea behind this is that, I think we'll cover this one extensively in our migration section, but since you asked this question, so let's say in your BW older versions, BW 7.4 or something, let's say you have the same 2 LIS extractor, okay, and so let's say you have the same VITM extractor in BW 7.4 system without HANA. It's going to a DSO or whatever, right? Something like that. You have info package and everything. It's coming from SAPI now, right? Let's say when you migrate to BW for HANA, the migration tool that I told you, the migration tool is, because VITM is still there in the ACC on HANA or even S4 HANA, right? No problem. So it will get you the same VITM here, but it's going to convert that to ODP, okay? And it's going to clone the delta from here to here. The delta Q, there's something called delta Q cloning. Because basically this is the same source system, right? It's not changing. ECC is same. So you can clone it so that you don't have to go reinitialize or do anything. So ODP and ODQ came as a service pack in ECC, right? If you have that service pack, you should have that support. Doesn't matter. That came with some service pack in ECC 6.0 only. R3, 4.7, those things, right? You cannot go to BW for HANA. The sources will not work. The extractors will not work. You can go because there is no ODP in R3, 4.7, 4.5, those things. For that, you have to use something like data services, right? Intermediate ETL tools. So, okay. So again, I told you these are technical names or the timestamp names. You have turned this one on here, okay, to get those names. Let's go back again. So again, this is the DTP, the initialized, delta, and full load, right? Now, in the same process, what I did was I also utilized our BW on HANA system. That's BWR here, subscriber. Okay, I created this one, this DTP again, a 5 FRF that ends with this, and also I try to do the pull initialize and delta. Same thing. So you got this one, this first request, initialized request. You see it pulled exact same amount of records, 73 to 45 almost, and then this one. Since I had 4 and 4, 2 requests there, 8, but then this gets more than that basically. In the delta, it get 8 requests. I pulled delta for that. Same thing, no difference between BW on HANA and for HANA from the point of view of data pulling, correct? But you see, it's that's why it increased 2 subscriptions in the main screen, from 55 to 57. One for BW on HANA, one for BW for HANA. Now, if I would have go and create a new ADSO in BW for HANA and do a initialization, it will increase the subscription also. Subscription is a combination of subscriber plus DTP or the target system plus DTP. How many times you are doing initialization? Okay, I have not done any full loads on this one. That's why you don't see any full load here. One more thing also I try to do, and I'll show you that. Now, one thing in RSA 3 that was giving us ability to see is once you run the V3 jobs, you can see if the delta Q has data to be pulled, right? If the BW has not pulled in data yet. But now here there is no V3 jobs. I told you it when you post a sales server, it comes to these queues automatically if they're active, right? But how do I know if something is not pulled to BW yet or not? Right? That's a valid requirement for support teams to understand that. For that, you have to come to this screen, the subscription. Now, when I'm changing my or double clicking, it keeps on look at these three things. First, this is the queue view. Then, if I double click this one, if I double click this one, it goes to the subscription view, right? That's why this is grayed out. When you are at the subscription page, if you go and click calculate data volume, okay. Now look at these two things. It says units and rows changed. That means this shows you how many units or how many rows are changed and not gone to BW system or the subscriber. Now let's take an example. So 3.3 that was a BW for HANA for me, right? The DTP. Now after I pulled all my delta, I created two more sales server. I was basically copying those things. That's why it was always giving 4 records. Now there were 8 records I did not pull to BW for HANA. That's why you see 8 pending here. BW on HANA, I pulled all those 8, no records sitting here. So this tells you you have to do this calculate data volume, okay, extended view, to how many are pending. So these are some older installations. Since I'm creating new records, you see they are also getting more records. So in the RSA 3, okay, sorry, not RSA 3, RSA 7, you can see how many records or LUWs are pending, right? V3 jobs have ran, the data is in data queue, not gone to BW.
Yes.
You can see, right?
Yeah.
How do we see that here? Because the queue, there the queue was based on the BW system, right? There the queue was, delta queue was based on one BW system. But now here the subscriptions are based on DTPs even. Each DTP has their own subscription. To know that, okay, if there are more records, if the delta queue waiting to be pulled to BW, you have to go and check this one. You have to be first of all in the subscription view. This is the subscription view I am in. You check this one. You see, look at these two columns basically, or also this gives you size. Units, it says units changed, rows changed. That means how many changes have been done and not pulled to BW.
Mm-hmm.
So what it tells me that there are 2, so this is our DTP, right? 3.3, BW for HANA. It says that 2 units still waiting to be pulled. That consists of 8 records.
Mm-hmm.
And in here, this is the BW on HANA, BWR. I already pulled the delta after creating the records. That's why you see nothing is pending.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now we can look at this also. Let's create a sales server as you suggested. I could got access. Okay. I know I see your point. We're saying so 245, 448, 50. Okay, you're saying that it's already showing those 4 records. 8 already are pulled. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's create a new record and see what's going on. Because I thought that's what happened, but I don't know where. I see your point now. It's matching now, right? Now this is confirmed at 2212. This is 2245. Last one. So I did the delta after these 2. Let's not worry about this. I don't know what happened. Okay, this is test environment. That's what I'm saying. Let's just go and start since we create a new DTP and we'll try on that. I cannot tell you what happened with these DTPs or what is the history of these DTPs.
Okay. So so
let's just stick to this DTP and this DTP, right? That I created and I know the history of them. It will not see because this is DB2, right? It's automatic filters this. You go back, you click this one now, okay? filters on BW client 01. It gives you FRF. See, the way I am seeing this, if you see a request, it's already pulled here. That's what I'm saying. That's why let's create a new record. Now, if here is when you say there are eight is waiting, okay, it's eight records are waiting to be pulled for this one. If you pull them, you will see one more request here. So anything that is showing up here, they're already pulled. Either they fail or successful. Doesn't doesn't matter, but they're already pulled. Okay. Anything that's here, they're already pulled. That's why you see a request here. Remember one thing also. You will get the system access as well. You don't need to look everything in the screen, right? It sounds like you just want to read everything, but you will get system access. You can play. Just try to understand the basics. If you just rely on my hands-on that I'm doing, that's not the right way. You have to go and practice more, right? Yes, that's how it's working. That's how it's working. Yes, it's for in a delta queue. You get a LEW that has deltas. The same way it's working also. Yes. So this is the one in BW for HANA system. Okay, let's go to that. That's the 33 DTP. Yeah, this is the 33 DTP, right? Let's pull it. This is how you pull the DTP. Execute in background. So now you can go and look at your monitor from here, or you can go back to directly to the ADSO. Either way, this is our ADSO, manage screen. Let's see. Now you see, it's the last record, pulled 8 records, okay? Yeah. 6:41 India time. I hope this is right. Okay, now let's go back to our old screen. There, let's see what happened. Now, we are here. Let's do a refresh. Now it will go 0. It went 0, right?
Yeah.
This thing this is again CT. Don't get confused. So now CT is for 4.5 hours ahead or back from India, I believe. Back maybe. So now let's see. Now let's go and double click this one again. We'll go back and see the 8 request here. Okay. This is the one we pulled. Now, if you see these are somebody else DTP, they still have, right? Because since I created more records, it's adding more and more records. So do you go and create more records now? So we have access now. We can do it. I just found a document which has everything ready to create. Still, it has some problem with purchase orders, but we can get by. So create with reference, and I did some research to see which one is easier to create. So we have a document 20215 to copy. Excuse me, copy. There is some problem with the purchase order number initial, but we'll just cross through. We don't care. Okay, and we're going to complete the delivery here. PO number initial. Don't worry. Okay, we got the standard sales order creation. 4 records, right? 4 items. I'm going to save it. It's going to create a new document number 20219. Come back to our screen and do a refresh. Okay, 4 here, 4 here. Okay, 4 in BW on HANA, 4 in BW on HANA. Now, if I go inside, this 4 will not show here, right? So these only shows which are pulled. Yes, 6 times one. See, you can see here, right? First one was initialization. Okay, let's get it back. Yeah, first one was initialization, then delta. There are 6 rows there are 6 rows for the entire subscription. Yes, yes. And if you click everything, you will get the units. Sorry, yeah, rows and units. Okay. Now, one more thing also, if you see, there's a small thing, but you can look at this storage. There is nothing. It's like your extraction queue. You will not even see the data there.
Okay.
So just to make sure you understand this, storage means the tables. Okay. ODQ data underscore C is for the initialization loads. ODQ data is for delta. And if you go for a full load, like if I can get the full load, this is for the if you see, there's something called a ODQ data underscore M. One thing, just try to understand that in the old environment, in the BW on HANA or with the older environment, right? BW for HANA, whatever. Sorry, BW HANA, BW old version without HANA. The delta Q or the delta capability was only, we were able to only initialize once, right? Because initialization was with info package. Initialization was with info package, and info package was tied to the data source. You can only do one initialize. The biggest advantage now in the ODP is the SAP has completely eliminated the initialization from info package. You can initialize with any DTPs that you want. So any DTP or any ADSO, let's say. Number of ADSO can initialize the same extractor with DTPs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, anything. That's advantage now. This feature was never available before, right? It's in the same system, of course. Same source system, BW1 or whatever. It's not a new thing that that allows us to utilize ODP. And again, this feature, ODQ is available in the BW 7.4, I think also. Like, of course, it depends. ECC, it is a ECC for everything, but it doesn't need HANA. Okay, but the problem now is that BW for HANA, this is the only option. You don't have SAP. So if you go and look BW on HANA, okay. So why the V3 jobs are still there, right? Think of why the V3 jobs are still there, and they work because they still have to push data to RS7, right? Because the SAP mechanism is still available in ECC, right? It's the problem. If the problem comes that it's BW for HANA can pick it. So if you think now, let's say you have a ECC, okay? It goes to two BW. One is BW for HANA, okay? One is BW on HANA, right? Now, it's the same ACC, right? It has both RS7 and ODQ. So V3 jobs are still required for this RS7. BW on HANA, you can still utilize the BITM from RS7 or BITM from ODQ. But in BW for HANA, only ODQ is possible. Now, let's say I did an initialization. For example, the classic example would be these guys. These guys. Somebody did initialization, then they forgot, right? Now, think of that. This is a live system. Then you will keep on getting deltas to this queue, right? Nobody is pulling to BW. Because since now previously in the RS7, it was one info packet. So you can make sure one info package is pulling. Now, potentially, you can have 10 different DTPs subscribing and creating delta queues here. Correct? So you have a potential bigger chance now. Previously, the delta queue, one extractor has one queue to store. Now, one extractor can have multiple queues. Like BITM, see how many times the delta records are coming here. So same records. So now we have potentially a bigger, potential to go and explore this table with data. So that's why yesterday, so what system does, if you have done a initialization like these and you are not pulling delta, right? You have not pulled data at all, and it's 30 days because that depends upon the setting. It's going to clear that subscription altogether, so that this doesn't get filled up. Depending upon time, it's going to go. See, these were only initialized, right? Mm-hmm. Not delta was never pulled from them, right? Yeah. So if there's a delta process going on, then system will never read that. ODQ cleanup job will never read that. Remember, because that will be high relevance. Mm-hmm. Until delta is successfully gone, system will never read that, of course, because system doesn't know. You might need it after 5 days. But things like if you have done initialization and delta has never been pulled at all, mm-hmm. then system thinks this has a low relevance. The system mark this as low relevance, and in your settings, if you see what's our low relevance settings, 10 days or 31 days, 10 days to read them. So this is that's why I said there are some new things in ODP. Maybe ODP is flexible, but to load data to BW, like nothing has been changed. Same process. You run a initialization, you data comes in. Okay, of course, support team has to go and manage this problem. That's something has new now, but nothing has changed. You can do repeat delta, you can do full loads and everything. And I think one thing also to remember that if you are using a DTP, right? If it's running Delta, you have to create one more DTP to do full load, right? And there is no initialization in DTP, like input package. I think Cherry, you were asking yesterday, right? Input package had an initialization option. I was thinking about it today. Input package had an initialization, then you go and change your DTP, change to Delta. In DTP, there is no initialization. You do it first Delta, that is treated as initialization, right? There's nothing, separate option to do initialization. So the queues are now by DTP, subscription, not subscriber. In ISS7, the queue was by subscriber. Think of that, like source by target system, right? Because we had info package, one BW target can only initialize once and have a delta queue once. Here the delta queues are by DTP.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why I'm saying cleanup is very, it's required now more than ever. So you can create your own DTP and see, right? That's easier than. Why do we care about what happened before, right? You just you create your own, or find a extractor where there are no loads or less loads. It's not, I think you can do anything you want here. I don't know if you can create records for maintenance notification or not, and I don't know if you can know how to do it. But that's why I picked sales. It's easier. Everybody knows that. But one more thing also in this screen, remember this is not number of requests. This is a little confusing. I don't know why it still shows it matches to number of subscription basically at this point at a high level. If you go inside, it shows you everything. By the way, but still. And by the way, one more thing, look at this also. It says these are inactive, right? They are not. There is no delta queue for them. Either they were active or somebody deleted the delta queues. So, but one more thing also, guys, to remember, or I'm just trying to give you the thoughts that the old ISS7 we were comparing before. The old delta queue only was able to get data from BW data sources, right? But the ODQ now can get data from data sources as well as SLT, HANA information views, everything it can get the data. If you go and look at, for example, SLT, some request from SLT tables. Okay, being written right here. That's the advantage of doing as I told you, global delta queue. This is not only data sources. Okay, so we go ahead. Enough. So we covered ODP, right? We covered ODP. Now let's go to the next source system that we have in the BW for HANA. That is HANA source system. It is the most powerful source system that we have, because see, we have 4 source systems we discussed: file, ODP, HANA, and big data. Forget file, it's only CSV files. Big data, Hadoop. Those 2 are specific, right? The only two things left is ODP and HANA. So ODP is only possible for SAP sources. Remember that ODP is only possible for SAP source systems like ECC, SLT, ECC on HANA or S4 HANA, or your, there are some more systems like business by design or cloud systems. Only SAP source systems, whatever. Or ODP also possible from another BW system, right? From another BW system, you can also do ODP to your system, right? Now, anything else that you want to pull from any other, if you want to pull data from any other non-SAP source system, HANA source system is the answer for that. Whether it's a SQL server or a cloud system or your Hadoop even possible with HANA, SDFS, or an application somewhere, anything else that is left, or even Facebook, Twitter, web, those web things also. Okay, so anything that you can put, any non-SAP things, HANA source system is the answer for that. Okay, if I go and create let's do one thing. If I go and create a source system, compress new source system, okay. How just put a name like something. Now you see these many different connection types: file, big data, ODP. Let's leave it, right? For HANA, there are 3 different kind of source systems possible. Local database schema, smart data access, tenant database schema. Let's see what these three are first. So in a HANA system, basically, okay. Let's see if we go back. Yeah. So in a HANA server can host one HANA DB and multiple HANA DBs. Let's say this is the HANA server. You can have scenarios where this server has got one DB called BW for HANA DB. Also another DB which is supporting S4 HANA. Possible. Okay. So let's say this is so again, these are the HANA DBs, not BW software, right? Now, if we have here, let's say this is a BW application software, BW for HANA. For the BW system, okay, for the BW system, this particular DB is called local HANA DB because BW is installed on this DB. But for BW system, any other DB which are they are in the same HANA server, like this particular DB is called a remote HANA DB. Okay, this is the local HANA DB, this is the remote HANA DB. So let's take three scenarios. Number one, this is the number one scenario, local HANA DB. Okay, this is the number two scenario, remote HANA DB. Number three can be, let's say your organization has a separate HANA server which has S4 HANA. Let's say this particular HANA DB will be treated as a completely remote HANA DB from BW point of view. Okay. Yeah. So local HANA DB, from a BW point of view, local DB, remote DB, sorry, local DB, tenant DB, this is called tenant, remote. Okay, these three, this is the other distinction. Now, if you go back to the system, if you want to go and connect your BW system to the local HANA DB, this is the source system you want to use. You want to connect to the tenant HANA DB, this is the source system. You want to connect to a separate HANA DB which is not in the same server, smart access. And this smart access also extend to non-HANA DBs like SQL, Oracle, anything. So these three are at the high level, these three are the use case for HANA source system. Now, you'll ask me, why do I need local HANA DB? Because you know that BW is already installed on this DB. You have access, right? But why do I need this HANA DB as the source system? Okay. Now, let me tell you a simple scenario. Now, of course, nowadays, everything is, agile. Your end users know how to create reports, more powerful than us, correct? Now, let's say you get a requirement to expose your TCAR, the currency table, right? TCAR table to as a calculation view. Okay, because if you can expose this TCAR table as a calculation view to your end user, your end user can combine a sales report with this TCAR table to kind of calculate their own currency. Isn't that? Let's say you have a sales report which has currencies in local currency. If you can expose this to them, they can combine this and with the sales data, and they can calculate USD, Euro, whatever they want. Isn't that? For that, how do you do those scenarios? Your TCAR is sitting in the HANA DB, right? TCAR is sitting in the HANA DB. Old method of BW 7.4, 7.3, what do? You create an extractor first, right? You load the TCAR table to a DSO cube, create a backstory so that people can access it. No, not anymore. What you can do, you can use the HANA local source system, local HANA source system to remotely access or virtually access this TCAR table and create a HANA view. Okay, you can virtually access the TCAR table from the local HANA DB using the local HANA DB source system. And the steps for that would be, first, of course, you will go and create a data source. The data source is a must for BW, but all are virtual. You will create a data source. You will create an open ODS view. I'll tell you, this is kind of a virtual provider. Okay, open ODS view and a HANA view simply. In this case, I am not loading my TCAR back to my ADS or something like that. I can remotely access my Tker data, which is sitting in my same HANA DB, and give the users a calculation view for combining. You can have many more use cases like this. Not only this, you can have many more use cases where you want to access the local HANA DB's tables. You can't have that in same DB. That is called multi-container. That will be remote always, like this. Because SAP is smart, right? They will never allow you to have, because you can't have it in one. They can track you how much license you're using from BW and remote, like native, right? I told native is expensive than BW. So that is called something called MDC. You're right, that's possibility. That's called MDC scenario. Come on. Yeah, MDC, multi-database container. And that's only possible in HANA 2.0, by the way, guys, not 1.0. And that's in that scenario, you will use not the local or tenant. Okay. Yeah, that's a valid scenario. We'll go through that. We'll go through all these things when we are going to go modeling, because in that scenario, you'll use heavily this OpenODS view. So, okay, so that's one thing. Let's go and quickly look at it, how it looks like. Anyways, it's easier to do. You go on, of course, remember one thing, still in BW for HANA, if you want to provision anything, any data, you still have to go and create a source system and data source. There is no escape from there. Why? That is required. Without that, you cannot transport, right? If you transport, it has to go and change the source system automatically, isn't that? So you have to have a data source and source system always. Remember that. Now go next. Give a name, anything you want. Sorry, we have already given a name, some test or whatever. Now go next. Now what you see, what is asking? Select a schema. I told you HANA DB will have schemas, right? Like we saw default schema SAP HANA DB in this particular system. It's good. And again, the source systems are not for the entire DB. Source systems are by schema. If you want to access many schemas, you have to go and create a source system for each schema. That's why it's asking you, give me schema. You can find all the schemas here in our local DB. Let's go to our SAP HANA DB so that I can find my Tker table. I told you SAP HANA DB is the default schema where BW is installed, right? I choose this, then finish. My ztest1 is created successfully. And yes, and I'm going to go and activate this. Okay, you see the connection type here is local HANA schema. Now you see here in the under the local folder, again everything is cataloged as per folder. The ztest1 should be there very soon. This is one. Okay. Now what? Now I need to create a data source. Correct? I told you need to have always data source. If I want to create a data source on my Tker, I'll go and pick a info area from anywhere. Not assigned is a good idea. Go and do new now data source. Next, just proposal from table view. That's fine. Okay. Now it's asking to select a table, right? Now you want to pick a table. Let's say I type my Tker. You not only Tker, you have everything like, for example, you have Tker table here. Okay, you'll have your what tables you have for T00, whatever we have, right? Those things also will be available here. Everything. Okay, system tables or time tables also. Tker. Next, give a name of the data source. I'm going to say Z underscore Tker underscore 121. Some descriptions, type, master, transaction, whatever you want to do. You can have, you can create transaction on this one. We have key figures here, probably. We'll see. Make a finish. It's going to copy the table and create a data source automatically for you with the field names that we have in the Tker table. You see, this is the data source, correct? And you go to extraction mechanism. Extraction using the SAP HANA local system, right? One logical system per DB schema. That's X connection type. Schema is SAP HANA DB. Table is Tker. Whatever, full load, delta access, no delta, full load only, right? Whatever things. And you activate that. You have now got a full-fledged data source on top of ZTker, on top of Tker. You can, if you want to load to ADSO, you can do it. If you want to, or if you want to remotely access it or virtually access it without moving data from Tker to ADSO, you can create an open ODS view. It's like a virtual provider, right? Again, I'm not going to go so that now because we'll discuss those things in in our data modeling section extensively next week or maybe. And from OpenODS view, this can be accessed remotely. Local means on the DB where BW is installed. Now, tenant means if any DB which is available in the same HANA server. Now, what is the now? If you see a HANA server, okay, HANA server is like a Windows server, correct? If you guys have seen SQL server, right? We call them SQL server. In SQL server, there are multiple DBs. Same like that. In a HANA server, you can have multiple HANA DBs configured. So think this is a HANA server. I've got two DBs, one where BW is installed. On top of that, one more, whether native or S4HANA, I don't care. This particular number 2 is going to be a tenant DB for my local BW, my BW. If I want to go and pull a table from there to my BW, I can do it. I can use smart access or tenant, either way. Smart access also will work, but not required. If the SAP has a new the feature called tenant DB access. So next one we'll look. So we can look at tenant. We don't have an MDC like that, but let's the tenant will be similar. Okay, in the tenant you will only the difference is that is going to basically ask you the DB name first. Okay, what's the HANA DB name? Then schema. Okay, HANA DB name first because it's a different DB, right? HANA DB name first, then schema, then table. Here it was schema and table. Let's look at smart access. That will tell you similar. The smart access will be similar to multi-tenant or tenant access. So you see, the local comes here. If you have tenant, then there will be a new folder here for tenant. We don't have tenant, that's why it's not showing up. Let's go and look at the third option, the smart access. That is required for any DB, any HANA DB which is sitting outside the HANA server, right? Not in the same server, or any other non-SAP database. Anything, everything will go through smart access. So this or anything else. Now, how do you do that? We right click, go and create a new source system. Okay, let's put some name. SDA, maybe demo. I'll put some better name. Okay, I'm going to choose the smart access here. Next. Now you're saying now select a remote source. Right, in the tenant, it's going to ask like a source, like a DB or whatever, right? It's going to ask you. Now we have to take a step back. We have some remote source. I can show you, but maybe we'll create one. So you have some remote source, but let's stop here. Let's create a new one so you can understand. Okay, before you can connect to it, DB, whether it's a HANA DB or non-HANA, which is not in the same HANA server, there are some steps. First, you have to go and create a remote source. I'll show you how. Let's see. SDI. I think we do have all these things in this document. Okay, maybe let's take a step back and go through this a little bit so that I can get you some theory of smart access, because you're looking into smart access. I'll show you that source system easily. But let's just look at some theory. Now, again, smart access is SAP is not very new. It has been there from a long time with HANA. Okay, the meaning of the main use of smart access is to virtually access any table. Virtually access any table outside your HANA DB. So there are two definitions for that. One for BW point of view, one for native HANA point of view. Now, let's say you have a native HANA first. Let's say you have a native HANA only, HANA DB, right? In that HANA DB, you have got different schemas. Native HANA people work on schemas, right? You have schemas. Now, let's say you want to access a SQL. So you want to access data from a SQL server sitting outside the HANA DB, right? HANA server. Now, smart access can come into picture here, SDA. In smart access, you have to create a remote source to this SQL server. Again, I will show you all this. You will create a remote source, or you will define a remote source to this SQL server. Okay, and then once you define a remote source in the HANA DB, in the HANA Studio, you can see all the tables that are available in the SQL DB from the HANA DB, and then you will add any table that you want to remotely access as a virtual table. to the HANA DB. So the table will come here virtually, the table name. Once the table name is there, even if there is no data, you can query this table like it's local, sitting in the HANA DB. Okay, you can query this table like it's local using a select statement simply. But you have to create a remote source and add any table that you want to use as a virtual table. First, I'll show you the steps. But that's so basically for the native HANA point of view, smart data access means virtually access data. Okay, virtually access data from any non-SAP or any DB without physically moving it. It's kind of virtual provider, you know, but it's way faster, way better. It supports a lot of DBs. Okay, I think if your I saw somewhere recently, if your HANA is in Unix, supports a lot of DB, but if your HANA is in a they call it what, some IBM powerhouse or something, again these matters, servers that you choose, you have less capability to access the databases virtually. So you have to choose the right HANA server to start with for capability point of view. So that's the theory, just a high level. Let's go to document. It will give you more ideas. Here's the high level document, right? Now, think these are the local HANA tables. Using smart access, you can access any of these tables virtually and add any of the tables in the HANA. Add means virtually add it. So that basically you're getting the definition. Okay, these tables will be shown here. Okay, these virtual tables will be added to the HANA as local tables. You can see them, you can see the definition, right? But they will have no data, but you have a table to query on, like select star from this table. Data will come from these guys. So this is called your smart access. We have more thing to do. And today in HANA 2.0, these all data sources are possible, like remote sources, like remote database access. So a lot of things are there, see? Now, in any HANA server, these things are by default available. Okay, these adapters, they are called adapters. These adapters are available, but you have to go and install the drivers for the adapters. Without the drivers, you can't use remote access. Again, these are your basic teamwork. They will, for example, if you want to connect to a SQL database, you will go and choose MS SQL, but for that, you have to go and install a generic ODBC driver. So the same generic ODBC driver can work for SQL, Oracle, Netezza, or whatever generic is there, DB2, MaxDB, or MaxDB. Then for these, you have to have destination drivers. You have to have ODBC drivers, or whatever. See, so many databases supported, even Hadoop, Spark also. And BigQuery also. BigQuery is Google's BigQuery product, right? These are possible in HANA 2.0. In HANA 1.0, I believe there are few less. I think last 4, 5, or maybe 5 are not there. And these adapters are natively available in HANA in any installation. Now, again, this is kind of a high-level idea or architecture. How do we utilize them in BW in the smart access? The point is that, again, I will show you everything. Just some theory first. You can virtually access any RDBMS or any big data system using smart access to BW and virtualize that using OpenODS view and composite provider. See, everything is virtual. OpenODS view is virtual. Composite provider, of course, is virtual. You can source data from outside without storing in HANA and report on it. And again, this is not painful like virtual providers, right? Old virtual providers were there, but they are painfully slow, right? But these are faster, better. Okay. Now, how do we go and create SDA remote source virtual things, right? Let's just have a look on that. Again, let's go to system, maybe easier. Okay. For that, you have to come to the HANA system. Okay. First, let's create the remote source. That's the first step, As we show you, the first step is always create a remote source. These are 3 steps in SDA. First thing is go and create a remote source. For remote source, we'll come here. We'll go to let's log into our system. This is the HANA perspective again, HANA DB, not BW project. In here, you have to go to the provisioning folder. And in the provisioning folder, you see smart access and the remote sources underneath whatever is created. Now, in our lab, we do have access to a SQL server. Let's try to go and create a remote server, remote connection to that. Again, go back to the notepad. And I think they have a SQL server access somewhere here for remote SDA, right? Oracle, SQL, they have all these things. Let's go to a SQL one possibly. Now you need these informations, right? To create a remote source. New remote source, not here, here. New remote source. It gives you this screen, nice and easy. And again, all these things are available here as screenshots in the document, but let me show you this easier. Now, here you see all the adapters natively installed. As I showed you in the screenshot, you have to give a name of the source. Let's say I want to do is something like z_SQL_demo or something like that. Then here it says, okay, of course you have to go and change this one to SQL Server because we want to create a connection to SQL database. So the adapter which is by default available is SQL Server 2012, but I think you can use this adapter for 16 as well. But by default it says 12, and you have to give the data source name. Okay, go to the notepad to get the data source name. Now the thing is that here one more thing you want to remember. This you might feel that this is why you put the SQL Server IP or the name, but not that. This is why you put the DSN, because this can't be a SQL Server's name, right, or IP. This is called DSN. Okay, the data source name you have to put something kind of like a kind of your a DSN name. Okay, the specifics of the SQL servers like server name, IP address, DB name will go to a file called odbc.ini in the Unix server. Your basis team will do all those things for you. That's basically your basis team will go and create a remote source for you. You will not do it. It's like a source system, right? So what they'll do is that there is a file called odbc.ini. Okay, in that file they will enter the name of the SQL server and put this as the proxy name for that information, for the configuration. So this is kind of a definition only, kind of a description only, right? Because of course this can't be a SQL Server name. So once they put that thing in the odbc.ini file, I think it needs a system restart maybe, not sure. Again, this is job. Then they'll give you the name. You go and put that as here, data source. Then user ID password, of course. Same user ID password. So we're going to use the HANA, right? Now if you're going to say remote source created. Again, for this remote source to be created, you need a remote source creation access if you want to do it, or somebody basically does these things. Just specific access you need to HANA DB to be able to create these things. Okay. When I started the class, initially we didn't have any access like this, so I had to ask the team to get us all the access so you can see these things in the system. By the way, if you work in a BW team, basis will never give you those access. Okay. Now we can go and see our remote source that is created now. Refresh. z_SQL_demo should be somewhere here. Where is my SQL? Yeah, here you go. Right. So now this SQL server is added at the remote source. I can open and browse the SQL server like it's my local database. See SQL's classic SQL schemas. So our IP address and everything will go to that odbc.ini file. The odbc.ini file, that is a file in a Unix server. Okay. It's kind of a configuration file, right? Like when you do RFC connections in BW, basically have to maintain something in some files, right? Similar to this. So it's not you don't put those things here. They will need the SQL Server name, the default database, because SQL Server will have multiple databases, and maybe port number and everything, right? So what I had them, I had to ask them to create this for us to a SQL Server and give us this name. This is the name the basis team in this lab has provided to us. Now, if you see, you can browse your schemas and everything like this. But of course, we are not done yet. It's only the first step. You can now see data from any of these tables. We only see metadata now. The next step, of course, as you saw here, is to go and create a virtual table, right? Or add a virtual table. Let's say, for example, okay, we want to access some data. I think that this is a schema where there are some deep, custom tables we have. Now let's take this. This all tables have similar data. Some sales data somebody has kept. Now I want to add this as a virtual table so that I can access this, right? Add as a virtual table. Now this screen is asking me a schema name, right? It's automatically because I'm adding this table as a virtual table to HANA. This table is in SQL DB, right? I'm adding this table as a virtual table to HANA. It's renaming it automatically, saying that it's going to rename this thing as my remote source, putting a prefix of remote source, right? Before the table name. Automatically, you can change this if you want. It's asking me a schema name. Why? Because this table has to, see, I told you this table will act as a local table to HANA. So it will need to go to a schema in HANA, right? So you have to select a schema that you want to put it in the HANA DB, local HANA DB, right? So you can choose anything, and let me see. Let's just put it in HANA maybe. And remember this name, z_SQL_demo_2009, create. Again, you have to access the schema to be able to create it. Now, once it's created, let's go back to our HANA local schemas. HANA schema. Again, HANA DB, catalog, HANA schema, local schema. There, you should expect to see our virtual table added in here. And see the difference. It is a table, this is a virtual table. And our table should be somewhere in Z space. Okay, here you go. Correct? So difference between the logo. This is the physical table in our local schema. This is the virtual table that we added. Now this table can be accessed like it is a local table. You can open content from here. Like in what I'm saying, you can do a select star from this table.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a new feature introduced in SAP BW for HANA? Option A, real-time data integration. Option B, machine learning-powered analytics. Option C, automated data quality monitoring. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to level up your skills in managing supplies? Our SAP BW for HANA course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP BW for HANA, a toolbox for planning everything from product availability to distribution. Covering everything from basics to advanced techniques, this course is crafted by seasoned experts. Your teachers are industry pros, ready to guide you through every step and answer all your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful this course is. Just like you, many have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's budget friendly, so you can learn without breaking the bank. Ready to master SAP BW for HANA? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
See, we have not loaded this table to HANA yet. It's virtually accessing it, right? Now, your native HANA people can write queries on this and they can access it. Again, I will tell you how to take this to BW. It's not in BW yet. It's in HANA schema, right? So these are the 3 steps, right? Create remote source, virtual table, then access using GUI or SQL. That means what is basically using we use GUI, or you can type select star. Now the question will be, how do you get this data to BW? Okay. Now this you can using smart access, you can virtually access it, as well as you can also use it to load data to BW. Now how do I do that? Let's try to load this data to BW, maybe, possibly, correct? Now, okay, we have created this virtual table, right? For BW, we do not need virtual table, right? Because we're not trying to access, right, any SQL queries on this table or to directly, right? So for BW purpose, we just need the remote source to be created. Once a remote source is created, we can create a data source on that remote on any table of that remote source. Okay, let me go there. So once remote source is created, we can create a data source. Again, same theory applies. To get any data to BW, you have to have a data source, right? Now let's go back where we left in BW HANA SDA. That's where we're going to create a source system. Of course, you have to first go and create a source system on the new remote source that we created and pull that same 2009 table, right? Now go back, create a new source system. Let's take the name z_SQL _ demo. Something maybe one. Oh, that's maximum. That's fine. Go and next. I'm going to use Smart Access, right? Because I'm using Smart Access there. It's going to ask a remote source name. I have a remote source now. ZSQL demo. That's the first step. We have to go there. Now it's going to ask me a database there. We know the database was deep, or you can just put a star, correct? It's going to get you all the databases. Okay, the HANA was the root database from there. But once you have HANA, if the SQL server has got multiple databases, you can choose any databases you want. Now, once you have HANA database, it's going to ask you the schema. In here, you will have the DBO, right? DBO schema. Go inside. Now, because see, again, I'm creating a source system right now. The source system will again go to only one schema of SQL. If you have data in multiple schemas, you have to create multiple source systems. Okay. Now we have created a source system on top of the DBO schema of the SQL server using Smart Access. Source system is created. Okay. Now let's go and create our data source. This one. I'll go right click, create a new data source. Now I'm going to choose a table here, right? Table of view. I know 2009. That's a table we used for the native HANA example as well. We'll try to pull that to BW. Of course, it's going to ask us as application component like a data source. I'm going to use something that whatever. Okay, put a name. Okay. So now my data source is created. You see those 4 fields that we saw from the native HANA query, 3 fields. They will be available here in my data sources. I'm going to activate it now. Once activated, this data source is ready to be pulled to BW. Okay, these are old errors. Don't worry, you have to clear errors. Let's activate again. I think it's activated. Ours is activated. You see, this is activated. Okay. So our data source is now. So once I have my data source, you guys can go and know how to take it up. Same thing. You have 2 choices now. Okay. You can create an ADSO to persist the data using transformation DTP, or create an open ODS view with transformation DTP. Okay, basically, and by the open ODS view can also exist without transformation DTP. We'll talk about all those things. You can create an open ODS view to virtually access. If you create an open ODS view, every time you access the open ODS view through HANA views, data will always come from the smart access virtually from SQL Server. So again, think about the performance sometime. If the SQL DB has got 20 million records, I would not want to do that virtually. I want to persist it in the ADSO. So basically, this example that we spoke about, that is replacing your DB connect, UD connect. In old ways, you could have gone for DB connect, UD connect, right? This is what is replacing this way. The smart access replaces everything. You can access any schema from local HANA DB, and you can create a data source on that. So let's create a data source. Let's go back to local, right? We'll go to local and try to create a connection. So okay, we need a source system for that, right? Okay, that's see, we can create a source system on the HANA. I think that will be source systems already on HANA schema. Let's try. Or we'll put that in the, as you said, there. No, these are all going to SAP HANA DB. I thought we have source system here. Nope. See, go to SAPBI. Okay, this one. This is going to work. It's on HANA, right? HANA schema. So we put it here. Let's try to create data source to see if that allows us. That's a good question. Data source. Next. Table. And we have. I don't think it's going to allow. Let's see. Virtual tables. Oh, it's allowing. That's fine. We can do it in this way as well. I think it's not required for us, right? If you can tap into the root table, why to do the virtual table? point. I was thinking it's still not allowed, but yeah, it allows that as well. But the virtual table concept is more for native HANA people, right? They don't have any way to like their source. They need a table to write a SQL. For them, that's the thing. But for us, you can tap into the root table. You don't need a virtual table. But yeah, it looks like it's also possible. So if now think about BW for HANA and HANA, it gives us a lot of data provisioning mechanism, and a lot of possibilities are now available to go and tap into data which is not SAP data.
Hey there! Want to level up your skills in managing supplies? Our SAP BW for HANA course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP BW for HANA, a toolbox for planning everything from product availability to distribution. Covering everything from basics to advanced techniques, this course is crafted by seasoned experts. Your teachers are industry pros, ready to guide you through every step and answer all your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful this course is. Just like you, many have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's budget friendly, so you can learn without breaking the bank. Ready to master SAP BW for HANA? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.